Well, hello, hello, hello. Happy Easter, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. We're talking about the Jack and Lilly Sullivan case. Jack and Lilly Sullivan vanished from their Pictou County, Nova Scotia home on May 2nd, 2025. We are almost at a year, and suddenly the mother goes on a search, and Janie is fired up. The step grandmother, if you will, of Jack and Lilly Sullivan, Daniel Martel's mother, she got fired up, did an interview. And I was thinking, after kind of taking a little break from it last night, one thing that was said right in front of us all this time that tears her story to shreds. We're going to talk about that on the other side of this.
I've walked through storms in scars and grace, smile through pain with a painted face. They called me too loud, too much, too strong, but honey, that's the reason I belong. Every scar's a scripture, every tear's a hymn. I found my worth where the light grew dim. They tried to break me, but here's a twist. I turned my pain into a clenched fist. I'm an unbreakable woman, born of fire and pearl. I shine like grace in a reckless world. You can test my faith, you can shake my plan, but I'll rise again. Just watch me stand. Judged by the gloss, not the cause. But God don't build weak hearts from gold. He made me fierce and he made me bold. I bend, I pray, I roar, I rise with mascara, tears and battle cries. Don't need your crown, I forge my own. From ashes, honey, I build my throne. I'm an unbreakable soul, dressed in truth. The fight don't scare me, it lights my world. coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch. Coming in clutch.
This nicotine patch for an hour, and I'd still sell you in for a smoke. Come on back to my place. I want you to look at a urine sample. I think it looks cloudy. It's been so long since someone touched me.
RCMP, open up.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Happy Easter to everyone. Today is Easter. Can you believe that already? Really do appreciate your time. You guys could have chosen to be anywhere on YouTube. You have a lot of options, anywhere on the internet, anywhere in the world, and you chose to be right here. I know your time is very valuable, and I do appreciate you spending some time with me. Today is Easter, April 5th, 2026. It is currently 5:52 p.m. on the East Coast of the United States. Bonjour. Hey guys, good to see you all. Love you guys. Hopefully, you guys have had a really, really good day and a really, really good weekend. Tonight, we're talking about the Jack and Lilly case and interesting things in just the past really 24 hours. And so I don't even know where to start. I've been, one second, I apologize. Okay, so sorry about that. All right. So, hey Holly, good to see you. Good to see you, honey. I was just thinking about you uh yesterday. Actually, I was going to text you. Um so I apologize. One second. What is wrong with my phone? Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. Is it Holly's birthday? Holly, happy birthday to you, Miss Holly. Thank you so much. One second, guys. I apologize. Okay. All right. Good to see you all. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And so in the last within the last 24 hours, Miss Janie was live with Charmaine on Charmaine's channel. And something very interesting that it just amazes me how someone can say something over and over and it doesn't resonate like it normally does whenever you hear it later. And we're going to go over some of that as well. Tonight, we're talking about Miss Malaya as well. So, Jack and Lilly have been missing nearly a year, nearly a year. And Malaya and I guess others went on a search, and that's that's great. That's great. I'm glad she has chosen to search after nearly a year. The question is, what what took her so much time? What really took her so much time? And I'll tell you my feelings on what took her so much time. Um, we'll get to that in just a second. Guys, thank you so much. You guys are so generous. Thank you so much, Helicopter. Really appreciate that, my dear. Good to see you. Happy Easter to you. Really, really do appreciate it. If you receive that, make sure you thank Helicopter Mom. Thank you, my love. Geneva, how you doing, darling? Good to see you. 4 months. Hey, hi. I wish we could see more Remy, please. Yeah, I need to do more Remy videos. I really do. I promise you, I really do. It's not for lack of wanting. It is just lack of time, to be quite honest with you. Geneva, thank you so much for your support. Really, really do appreciate you, my love. And Miss Pinky, good to see you, my dear. Thank you so much for renewing, or becoming a member, rather. Really, really appreciate you, my dear. Very, very kind to see you. Hopefully, you and yours are well. Thank you, my love. Joyous, you are incredibly, incredibly kind to me. I really do appreciate you. Thank you so much, Mamacita. Really appreciate that very much. If you received one of those memberships, please, please give our Miss Joyous a big thank you. Happy Easter to you and yours, Miss Joyous. Thank you so much again, my friend. Much love. And Chris, thank you so much. Happy Easter. Happy Easter, Chris. Good to see you, love. Hopefully you had a good day, good weekend. Good to see you, my friend. Thank you for your support. Hey, Pinky, how you doing, girl? Good to see you, Pinky. Love everything you do. I'm fighting for the children. Thank you so much, Pinky. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much for your support. It truly, truly does mean a lot. Thank you, my love. Good to see you. And Carol, good to see you, darling. Happy Easter. Thank you so much for your support. Good to see you, my dear. And if you receive that, make sure you give our girl Carol a big, big thank you. Much love to you, Miss Carol. Happy Easter to you. And happy Easter, Lisa Boo. Happy Easter to you, Lisa Boo. Thank you so much, Lisa. 13 months. You are a legend rock star. Thank you so much. Happy Easter. He is risen. Amen. Thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate you. And Christina, legendary status, 20 months. That is incredible. Thank you so much, Christina. Really, really appreciate you. Good to see you, my friend. Really, really do appreciate it. This might be a long one, so if you can stay with this, please do. We got a lot to talk about. So, these cases are interesting, to say the least. I don't think that I've ever covered a case, in my opinion, as I've covered so many missing persons cases and children's cases, and it's not uncommon that sometimes we only generally the ones that make the big news for a reason, and that is because there's some strange factors in it, right? That's just with how it works usually. Unfortunately, not everyone gets the same attention, but there's usually different elements in a case that make it to where, like, it hits the mainstream media. And for instance, Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, and of course Jack and Lilly Sullivan, who we're talking about today. I've never seen a case. I've seen cases where parents don't look. I've never seen a case where parents don't look and there wasn't a lot of things going on in the home. And usually the only reason someone doesn't look is because they know exactly where they are. There is just no other reason not to look for your kids. There's none. Why would you not look for your kids? You can say things like, you don't know what she's doing, or you don't know what, all of that. No, you do. You really do. You know what they're doing and they're not doing. You might not know absolutely everything, but you would be screaming from the rooftops if it were your kid or anyone you know. Let's be real. Let's be real. Because it doesn't matter if you're shy or soft spoken or whatever. When that happens, those things are off. It's not about you. It's not about you any longer. And to fail Jack and Lilly, um, when you are the one that carried them, gave birth to them, and continually went back, what does it say? What does it say? So, Miss, we're going to go through some things. And this is the thing. You guys know I normally talk about Daniel because Daniel has the mouth. He's got the mouth that never stops until recently because Daniel's the one that has spoken out. Now, you can do things in different ways. Um, in my opinion, Daniel spoke out to control the narrative, to think that he was going to control the lies. But you can also do that with not saying anything, right? You can't really use their words if they haven't said much. Now, we do have what Malaya said in her interview with some text messages, and more importantly, what she said to the RCMP, right? And that is what we do have. And many times it's not only what you say, it's your actions and your behavior. You do what is most important to you, right? And your kids should be most important to you. And we don't see that uh, with Jack and Lilly. We don't see that. So, oh, thank you, Miss Linda. Thank you, darling. So, guys, before we get started, if you don't mind, please do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Greatly appreciate you all being here. Happy Easter to each of you. Also, if you would share this live out, Jack and Lily's case is not getting talked about like it was. And because it's been a year and there's not been a whole lot of movement. But we have to keep the gas on and no brakes. No brakes. We have to keep it out there. My God, it makes me. They were failed miserably the day that they moved in Lansdowne Station. And they are failed up until today, until they are found and justice is served. But let's not forget Miss Malaya, the one who birthed them and left and came back and left and came back and left and came back. And let's not forget about the same bullshit story that she and Daniel had that morning. Let's not forget that. If anyone thinks, in my opinion, that Miss Malaya doesn't know anything, then they should question the story that she stood up in front of God, television, and everyone and said the same thing as Daniel. And I'm going to show you something that Miss Janie talks about. And you remember how I said everything on Friday morning is bullshit? I'm going to show you something else that was so simple, so right in front of us. And it just shows that, in my opinion, Janie, you are in with them. Now, I understand Miss Junkyard Janie doesn't like Malaya, right? She doesn't really like much of anybody, it seems. But, oh well. That's not why anybody's here, right? And she said it in the interview that she did with the news, and she said it in the interview that she did last night. And again, it's just perplexing to me how Janie is still worried about how they are perceived, right? Not about Jack and Lilly. Because again, it's not always about your words. Many times, most times, your words and your actions have to align, right? No, not a chance. There is not a chance. There is not a chance. Not a chance. No. Wendy, 16 months, girlfriend. Good to see you. Happy Easter. How you doing, darling? Thank you so much for your support. Really, really do appreciate that. Miss Wendy, much love to you, my dear. Miss Dolores, happy Easter. Justin and Pearls, happy Easter, my dear. Really, really do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Really, really appreciate that. Now, I will be the first to say that I believe if Daniel was not there on Thursday and Friday, or if Malaya wasn't there, if Malaya hadn't gone back, or if Daniel wasn't around, in my opinion, I don't believe the kids would be missing. I don't. That's my opinion. But regardless, it takes two to tango, so to speak. And most stepdads are, if you will, they're not married, but they're the best, right? They step up whenever others don't. But the kind that are like Daniel, you know, the saying, blood is thicker than water. And if someone doesn't protect their kids, they won't protect anybody. They won't protect anybody. I think that JM thinks Jack and Lily are alive. I think they say that, and I have a very hard time with that. It does not make sense. It is usually not the truth. It's very interesting to me how the one thing that Janie, Daniel, and Malaya agree on is that they say Jack and Lily are still alive. I disagree. there's nothing more in the world I would hope that they would be right about. But no. Mm-mm. No. I don't believe the children were alive after midnight. I don't believe that. And neither really does the RCMP. Hope I'm wrong. Love to be wrong on that. God, would I love to be wrong on that. Wendy, thank you so much, honey. Really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you so much, Miss Wendy. Thank you so much, honey. Thank you so much, my love. If you received one of those pearl necklaces, make sure you give our girl Wendy a big, big thank you. Thank you so much, Miss Wendy, and happy Easter to you, my dear. Janie finally said that the stupid thing that someone did was him calling 911. Yeah, we're going to go over some of it. And just don't forget that it's amazing how she will blame Malaya. That was the stupidest thing she did was call 911. And yet she says that she thinks someone in Malaya's family came and got them. Now, I'll be the first to say God only knows what Daniel has put in Janie's head. God only knows. But we're going to get to it. Here we go. Guys, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. I'm going to play some things here of make sure you sub up to Charmaine's channel. Link is provided in the description. It's I think she changed her channel name to Char's True Crime Story Podcast. Used to be something different. I can't remember what it was. Now, I don't know where really Char stands, like what, if she believes Daniel or what, or if she's just kind of neutral on it. She's probably watching. Say hey if you're in here, Charmaine. In my opinion, I think MBM is still following the same script. The posters say give back Jack and Lilly, and in last night's chat, her reply was similar. Returned Lilly and Jack. We remain positive. Yeah. I think it's been a script from day one. From day one. Yeah, a helicopter. I think Char's probably pretty neutral on it, and she's, probably is just not very, judgmental with, when speaking to Daniel or Malaya or whatnot, whoever, Janie, I mean. So, this is the thing. Miss Malaya has to have, and this is one thing I agree with Janie about. Miss Malaya has to have 7 secretaries to get an answer out of her. But oh my God, is she just, working up a fit for her kids, right? Just trying to do everything she can to possibly, I don't know, not speak to someone, not get answers. It's absolute BS. It's absolute BS. Okay.
Hey, Janie said.
Okay. We're going to go through some things here. Link is provided in the description. Sub up to Char's Crime Story Podcast. This was last night. And then we're going to go over and look at some of Miss Malaya's words. And I'm going to talk to you guys about one thing that I noticed that absolutely makes no sense and blows up Friday morning for them, that it's complete fabricated.
to the RCMP that she saw Malaya crying on the ground with the baby. So how did it go from that to her saying Malaya wasn't sad? Please explain. I do know it might have been earlier that you explained it to me when Malaya was upset, but please explain.
Malaya, I never, as I said, the only time I seen Malaya cry is when Justin and I come back on the ATV, when she called me to come back. And this is when the riot started. Malaya was at the end of the driveway. Justin and I were up at the pipeline by the Matheson Road. Malaya called me and she told me to get back here because she couldn't tell me over the phone what was going on. So Justin and I rushed back here. We parked the ATV in front of.
A question: why couldn't she say over the phone? Why couldn't she say over the phone? Why couldn't Malaya say what was going on at the house over their phone? Is it fear that someone might be listening, wanting to know what she was saying? This is when everything blew up. Whenever Malaya, the only time Janie said she's seen her cry, and I believe Janie here, is when she was out at the parking, out at the end of the road. I've got it sped up a little bit, Andrea. Just sped up a little bit, so she might be a little faster. And this is whenever Malaya's stepsister, Haley, said, "Get to effing talking." And that's when she said Daniel was on rugs and all of this. And it hit the fan. It hit the fan. And I think that's the closest Malaya got to telling the truth. Or I think she might have told certain people in her family more that night, that day. And they shortly left after that.
The porch here, and I went up to the end of the driveway where Malaya was standing crying. There was I didn't know it was Haley and Cheryl and them at the time. That's the first time I ever seen those people. They've never come here to visit when Malaya lived here. I want to state that the only people that came to visit Malaya when she lived here was her mother. She was here about maybe 5 times, and Patty came.
Well, I heard I think she's going to break her silence soon. It would be great after, a year of not speaking up for your kids, but once in a 2-minute interview, piece from Denise, it would be nice, wouldn't it? I heard she was in a chat room. I don't know if it was yesterday or day before yesterday, something like that. And I mean, they watch everything. Trust me, they're watching now. Which is fine. You can enter the chat. You're welcome to. Nobody's going to be mean to you, rude to you, or anything. But they don't take the hard questions. They actually don't take the hard questions. And that's why they will only speak to people that is not confrontational like I am. And that's just the truth. That's truly just the truth. People who have nothing to hide nothing in crime. You have nothing to hide about Jack and Lilly? Answer the fucking questions. Sorry, not sorry. That's just kind of where I am at on this case with Jack and Lilly. I have literally been on it since a few hours after the 911 call went in. And Daniel, Janie, Malaya, Durwood, and a few others have absolutely made a rigmarole around everything have given 901 billion different stories. Hey, Seth, happy Easter, brother. Happy Easter. Love you, bud. Yeah, Robin, and that's the thing, right? Like, if she had nothing to hide, I'd say ask the question, right? Answer the question. Ask the question. Answer the question. Can't do that. Thank you, Jennifer. Good to see you, honey. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Much love to you, my dear. Thank you, Lord the Cross. Please bring Jack and Lily home and people responsible held accountable. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, my dear. Really, really do appreciate that. Thank you, love. Amen. And people, it's amazing. Just people will get very manipulated because I've done entire shows about this. People who will speak to Daniel or speak to Malaya and let all their common sense and timeline and everything go out the window. They get manipulated because they're nice to them. Or, oh, I don't think they could possibly have something to do with it. After I met Daniel or after I text Daniel or Malaya or whatever, it doesn't change. It doesn't change. And that's the one hard thing I think in true crime, particularly, is you'll see a lot of creators that may not particularly have a lot of experience or even training get manipulated by some of these, the Bundy effect. Yeah. Yep. And you just see it all the time. Everyone can have, you can have your opinion and everything like that, but one thing in this case, like I honest to God, like in Nancy Guthrie's case, I get it, how people can see any side. I truly do, because there is truly no way pointing one way or the other. Like in Jack and Lily's case, this is one case I don't understand at all, not even a little bit, how someone could be supportive to Daniel or Malaya. I don't. Just being real with you, don't get it. I don't see it. Because of the things that we know, the things that they have said, the timeline, the abuse, the neglect, the black eyes, the no searching, no speaking, or speaking too much and lying about very easily provable things. I don't get it. I really don't.
Came here for every birthday, and she came every once in a while to visit Malaya. Patty is elderly, so Hayden started driving Patty here for birthdays and stuff like that. So that's when I got to meet Hayden. I never met Haley, and I never met Cheryl, and I never met the other girl. Is it Shelby? I never met her until that day when I found out who they were. Malaya was crying at the end of the driveway. I went over and I put my arms around her, and the first thing that I thought of was, they found the kid's dead, deceased or dead. I think I said dead. And she said no. And then Haley started in on shooting off. It was Daniel. Daniel killed those kids. Daniel did this to those kids. We got into a confrontation.
Yep. And that's what I mean by when Haley said, get to fucking talking, Malaya. I have said this, play, rewind, go back almost a year. You'll see it. I have said that I believe that Malaya's family, you don't just start blaming someone for unaliving 2 missing kids without something. It doesn't happen. They just got there and started searching, right? Now, why would the family, one side of the family, start blaming? I don't think in my opinion, I don't think Malaya came out and said, like, but I do believe she might have said it to maybe her mom or something. Um, but I believe Malaya told a lot more, and that they knew how Daniel is, and she gave him enough. She gave him enough. Right? Right, Nikki. Right. Yes. Hey, Leslie. Happy Easter, baby. Patriot, thank you so much, darling. Shar gave Jamie a place to talk without accusations, or she would talk. Yeah. I think Shar's pretty neutral on things, I think. And, I mean, this is the thing. Like, sometimes you'll get something new from them if you don't, if you just let them talk. But in my opinion, if you don't press back, especially on the hard things, then is it always worth it? Is it always worth it? Or are they just repeating a script? You know what I mean? Because when someone is giving you lies or a bullshit story, they are only going to come there with what they are comfortable on. Right. And this is no dig at Char at all, because I love Charmaine, love her to pieces, actually. So I think you gotta, and this is the thing, if they're not willing to truly accept the pushback because they have nothing to hide, see, this is the thing, like, if she comes there, or anywhere, and, like, they're willing to take the pushback because, like, nothing to hide, right? But if you have to, like, just hold them with kid gloves, are they just giving you the story that they want to give you? And that's that? Or what? You know what I mean? So, I think the problem is Justin DV is a big part of it, and break. Well, it sure, sure, and this is the thing. I've always said that I have some sympathy for Malaya in that aspect. But this is the thing. Malaya had a billion times more resources than most women, or most men, or most anybody. She could have went back at any time. She didn't have to go back at Easter. It's very interesting how the kids are gone just a couple days after she gets back from Easter, and how Daniel had until the 31st to get the things fixed with his check or for Maleha's money or whatever. I think she went back to see if Daniel would get so she could get her check straight, to be honest with you. And very interesting how the kids go missing right after she's getting ready to leave Daniel, which, by the way, is the most dangerous time in any sort of DV. DV is just not just a woman and a man, by the way. It's any type of violence within the home. Right? And so I think there was multiple factors. And everyone that I have spoke to, exes, people that know Daniel, all of that, they all privately tell me that they believe Daniel snapped that night. I believe it too. Right? Oh, thank you, Helicopter. Thank you, darling. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We received that. Really, really do appreciate that, my dear. Thank you. If you receive that, make sure you think of your Helicopter. 100%. It took me 20 years, and I protected my sons from the abuse, and they are now. God bless you guys. God bless you. It was so hard, but I did it for me and for them. Yeah. That's I am baffled to why people are turning on Belinda. My heart breaks for her. Why are people turning on Belinda? Why? She's the only one that's been there consistently since day one. She hasn't made excuses for any of them, including her child, including her son. She hasn't made excuses for any of them.
My sister-in-law got into it. Logan got into it. And then Cindy went and got the RCMP to come down. There was 4 RCMP officers come down here and asked what was going on. What was the computation about? And he said,
it's no excuse. No excuse. You know who was really abused? Let's talk about who was really abused. Jack and Lilly. That's who was really abused. You know, those were the two that couldn't get out. Those were the two that didn't have a car. Those were the two that just couldn't walk the fuck away like adults can. So, listen, again, I have sympathy. I hope, and if Malaya is one of the victim in this, I hope Daniel fucking fries for that. But listen, Miss Malaya, I get a little bitchy with this one, guys. It's just poor Malaya. Poor Malaya. That's what she has had her whole. She's a whole ass woman. You are fucking kidding me. Justin, Belinda is not allowed to search with PBMH. Cheryl said she planted the blanket, mat, and shirt. If that is true, you're smoking meth too, Cheryl. If that is true. I've not seen that, so I'm not going to completely judge you on that because people say things in chat all the time. But if that is true, you're a lunatic.
One of them said who was involved in it. Officer Mason took Malaya down the drive down towards the trailer. Another officer was there. And the other two officers, one of them took Margaret aside and one of them took me aside. We told what happened. I said that there was an altercation broke out, and he asked me what it was about. I said I didn't know. Haley just started shooting off. I ordered them off of my property because I didn't want any fight.
No, they didn't find anything. And listen, this is the thing. I don't think Malaya would be out there wherever they're searching if she actually thought they were going to find Jack and Lilly. That's my opinion. Could be completely wrong on that. But I don't think Miss Malaya would be out there if she thought they were actually going to find Jack and Lilly yesterday. Oh, just wait, Brandy. Wait till you hear something here in a second. I don't know if it's in this clip right here. But I just thought of something last night. I was talking to some people last night, and I was like, holy shit, what about this? And they were like, oh my God, you are. Belinda has posted about not searching with PBMH due to her going for guardianship. Okay, thank you, Jacqueline. I would get that. I would understand that. Absolutely. Absolutely, I would get that.
It wasn't the time or the place. And he said, okay. And we just started talking. He asked me questions like, what was it about? I said, I didn't know what was said. And I just said, like, this is about Jack and Lilly. I don't care what else is going on, where I want to find Jack and Lilly. And I ordered them off. Now, Cheryl said that I went after her, which is not true. I didn't go after anybody. I told them to get off my property. One of them started to come back on again. I told the officer I want her off my property. After that, everybody left. Everybody cleared out. There wasn't a soul here. Even all the officers left. Everybody left. The only ones that were here was me, Daniel, Justin, Logan, and my brother. We're left on the property. Everybody else cleared out. Corey, Cindy sent Corey back to get Patty. Patty did not want to leave here. She wanted to stay the night. She wanted to be here when Jack and Lilly were found. Corey came and took her out of here, and that was it. What was his name?
Jack and Lilly, if they were out there and they were out walking like the 20 minutes that you guys say, which is what we're going to get to, where I'm going to be like a big boom. You'll see in a minute. They would have been found maximum in an hour. Those kids would have been found. There's just no way in hell that those kids would have went far.
Cody took her out of here. I'm sorry. I've never met these people. I don't know who they are or who's with who. It's so confusing. Haley's Malaya's half brother. Haley's half brother or half sister. They're not related at all, but they're all intermingled somehow. I don't know. I really, to tell you the truth, I really don't care who's related to who.
That's right, April.
Fair. Me too. I think we've answered the first part of this about dating Durwood. That is false. It's never happened. And then, Janie, do you know if Malaya was using drugs while she lived on the property?
I'm going to answer that question. And I've asked the investigators the same question. To tell you the truth, as my age, I haven't been around drugs. I don't know nothing about drugs. I may be stupid. There may be a lot of people out there like me. I don't know who does drugs and who doesn't drugs.
The fuck, Janie. Sorry, Joyous. The hell. The absolute hell. You don't. You know about that, Janie.
And personally, it's none of my business.
The hell it's not your business. And the absolute hell it's not your business. This is your property. And these are children on your property. You was in and out of that house all the damn time. You don't tell me you don't know that your son is smoking crystal rocks. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. It is your business. If there is that kind of stuff around children with black eyes, missing 40 some days of school, Daniel and Malaya fighting like cats and dogs. And trust me, Janie, I know you're in that house, in and out of that house all day. I know that. Okay. I'm not going to say anything else, but I know that.
Good answer.
So yeah, it is. Thank you, Dean. Appreciate you, baby. Good to see you. Thank you so much. Happy Easter to you, my love. Thank you so much. Good to see you, my dear. It's just really disheartening. That there it feels like there's these teams, either Team Daniel or Team Malaya. There's no fucking team, right? It's really about Jack and Lilly. And you can say, well, let's keep it about Jack and Lilly. Yeah. Have the parents become honest. Have the people on the property become honest, because that's the only way you're going to find them, is if they tell the truth about what happened that morning. That's why you have to cut through their bullshit lies. You can talk about Jack and Lilly till the cows come home. Talk about them. You can put billboards up, all of that. It's not going to do any good until you cut through their lies. And why anyone is lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old, God have mercy upon your soul. And I truly mean that. God have mercy upon your soul for ever neglecting, abusing, helping out anyone that has ever hurt a child in any way, shape, or form, and continues to perpetuate their bullshit lies and baby them like they're the baby when the victim is the 4 and the 6-year-old.
Answer, because same. Like I saw cocaine in real life for the first time in my life, like 3 years ago. I didn't do it, but I saw it. I'd never in my entire life even laid eyes on this stuff. Janie, why did Daniel tell the reporters that he's 100% sure that the kids are not in the woods?
Well, okay. What did they have here? They had hundreds of searchers. They had helicopters. They had drones. They had dogs here. And they never found nothing. They're not here.
I mean, technically Jack and Lilly could be 200 feet from the house still. They're likely not. I agree with that. It's been searched time and time again. However, there was a case here. A person like had an illness or something, like something wrong with their head. And she was 300 feet from her home. She was missing 20 years. 20 years. And they found her. Looked up, they did searches for 20 years and overlooked her. It happens. I don't think that is the case in this case, but it can happen. It absolutely can happen. Jack and Lilly are somewhere. And they are in the wilderness somewhere. And this is another thing, Malaya. You're saying that you think the kids are alive. You're saying that, and I hope you're right. But if you think the kids are alive, why are you digging around in the woods now? Why are you going out there in the woods now? If you actually thought that, is that the case? Why did it take you a year?
They're not dead on this property. Those kids, I keep repeating it. And as I said, I'll take it to the day I die. Those kids are alive.
Right. And I remember asking Daniel right after he did that
That's what
interview,
I'm
like,
saying,
why did you
Denise.
say
That's exactly what
that
I'm
you were
saying.
100% sure that the HRD dogs would not find the kids? And Daniel was very emphatic when he told me, because the kids are alive.
Hey, green eyes.
That is his answer. And I believe that that's the message that he wanted me to put out there at that time, that he believes the children are alive.
Just wait. At that
Okay.
point.
Well, if
They
the
said-
RCMP and the investigators gave up on the search looking for them, they must be still alive, don't you think?
No. I don't think that, Janie. And who the fuck said the investigators gave up? You have no idea what the investigators are doing. Remember, you say in this interview that they're not speaking to you guys now. Wonder why. That's when I would be uncomfortable if I were them, in my opinion, if they weren't really speaking to me anymore. Because when the RCMP gets quiet, not good. Not good, usually.
I don't know what to think about the investigation, just because there's no public, with all of the bullshit going on online and the stuff that I know that they're aware of, for them not to come out and speak to any of it. Just if it were me and my family, I would be upset with the investigators at this point because of the damage being done. So I don't know what to think about the investigation, but I don't blame you for.
I respectfully disagree with Charmaine there. I think the only people, I don't necessarily disagree, because I think there are people, but I think the main people who has caused the most damage is the people that abuse Jack and Lilly, that has lied on a 4 and a 6-year-old. However, there's others out there that have, stuck their nose really deep in this case and made up a bunch of BS as well. And I think that does real harm.
Feeling the way you do, for sure.
We're always going to be, I don't care what anybody says. Daniel's always going to be a part of Jack and Lily's life, no matter what anybody says. Belinda, you could say Daniel will never be a part of Jack and Lily's life. Cindy can say that Daniel will never be a part of Jack and Lily's life.
He won't. And just think about this, Janie. Your grandchildren told the RCMP, CPS as well, and this is coming from Daniel, that he was mean to Jack and Lilly. Even Malaya said Daniel picked on Jack particularly. Right? And they're not his kids. That as well. And also, in my opinion, if Jack and Lilly were found today alive and safe, I don't think they would be going to either of you, Malaya or Daniel.
But what they don't understand is Meadow's part of Jack and Lilly. Meadow will always be a part of Jack and Lilly. And there's
Meadow will always be a part of Jack and Lilly. Yeah, that's on Malaya's part, though. It has nothing to do with Daniel. I mean, yeah, Daniel's the bio father of Meadow, but blood does not make you a dad or a mom. It has nothing to do with, I mean, you, DNA wise, yeah. You can be a sperm donor, an egg donor, or whatever. But what makes you a mom or a dad is caring for those kids, protecting those kids, giving those kids love, not a crack-filled, rat-sustained environment that you say you know nothing about.
No way, when those kids are found, that we are going to stop Meadow from seeing Jack and Lily. She has every right to see her half brother and sister. That ATV hasn't been on this property in 5 years.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Until that day Jack and Lily went missing. And why it was so.
You can hear Daniel's tablet or phone in the background. It's a like a little, it sounds like it's echoing. It's you know how it's a little delayed. Daniel's got to be there with the stick up his ass. Listen.
Clean that day is it was raining here, people.
Really? That's why it was. That's why it would that ATV was. Let's see here. Let's see here. That's why it was so clean, because it was raining. Interesting. Interesting, because if you look here, right, on all of these photos and videos, let me just do it like this so you guys can see it better. You know, water and earth create mud, Janie, right? And you guys were up on that trail, right, Janie? You guys were up on that trail. So how in the hell was it so clean? Oh, look at all those dirty trucks. Look at that. Isn't that interesting? Oh, wow. Yeah, my ass, Janie. My ass. So full of shit. And I'm going to show you that you're full of shit here in just a minute.
What size of pool, please? And why not put it in the fenced area and that tree where the pool would go? It looks like it's, I don't understand this question, Lynn. I'm sorry.
Oh, I understand it. I can answer that question. The reason I wanted to put the pool where in front of my RV is the fenced area where the grass is was for Jack and Lily. And I did not want to put a pool in a fenced yard with 2 kids. So I wanted to put it in front of my RV, and there's going to be a fence put up around. I never finished it. I ran out of lumber. That's why the fence wasn't finished, but there was another.
You ran out of lumber in 1968, girl. That's when you ran out of lumber.
Fence behind that fence, if you haven't looked, it was made of chicken wire with fence posts. So
your son is made of chicken wire.
Oh, I didn't finish the fence that night because I ran out of lumber, but there is going to be another fence put up in where the end of the trailer is. There's going to be another fence go across the front of the yard and right back to the RV. That was all good.
Put a 1 in the chat if you remember Janie typing in a chat room. I can't remember. Was it there was no pool or she wasn't raking? I can't remember. Maybe it was both. Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. Hey, Sassy. There we go. There we go. So what changed, Junkyard?
Going to be fenced in, and the pool was going to be in there away from Jack and Lily. Jack. When we used to go for walks, Daniel and I and my other two grandchildren and Jack and Lily, I would have to carry Jack through the woods because he couldn't make it over the brush or the undergrowth or everything. I would end up carrying Jack.
Listen.
So no, they wouldn't go in the woods. But
they wouldn't go in the woods. Okay.
As I said, when she told me that, you don't. The first thing you think of is maybe they went up to their cabins and maybe followed the road.
We're getting close.
Not go through the woods. But Daniel was up there just after they noticed the kids were missing.
Listen.
He went up the road with the vehicle.
He went up the road with the vehicle, but Daniel could only make it so far, allegedly up the road with the vehicle, Janie, because there was a tree that you couldn't make it all the way back there. Kind of interesting how he goes up behind the house like that and you see him. In my opinion, that is whenever he is, in my opinion, planting the pink blanket. Back behind the house, the pipeline.
I went up through the woods.
Listen.
He went up the road with the vehicle. He followed the road, not go through the woods. But Daniel was up.
Not go through the woods.
There, just up to their cabins and maybe
up to their cabins.
Followed the road, not go through the woods. But Daniel was up there just after they noticed the kids were missing. He went up the road with.
He was up there just after they noticed the kids missing. Just continue.
The vehicle. I went up through the woods.
Oh, seriously, I am.
And as Daniel mentioned, when the helicopters went up, and they have the heat seekers on them, they found, I think it was a beaver and something else. The heat seeker went down on them and found these here animals.
I'm going to make a very inappropriate joke. Janie, you haven't had she says, listen to this.
Down on them and found kids were missing. He went up the road with the vehicle. I went up through the woods. And as Daniel mentioned, when the helicopters went up and they have the heat seekers on them, they found, I think it was a beaver and something else. The heat seeker went down on them.
You haven't had a heat seeker or a beaver go down on you, Janie, in a long time, I'm sure.
And found these here animals. I don't know much about it. I like, there's so much going around, like so many hearsayings here. They like even the people that were out searched these areas where these here where they hit hot spots. So if a helicopter with a heat sensor can pick up animals, they should have been able to pick up the kids.
I agree with you on that. I do agree with her on that. They absolutely should have been able to pick up the kids. It is so sensitive that they can find, I mean, you can literally see a field mouse in a field moving. I'm just so sick of the buffoonery, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like Daniel or Malaya both need to tell the damn truth. And I'm not here to stroke either one of their egos. You know what I mean? I'm just tired of it. Like, let's talk about bringing Jack and Lily home. Why don't you tell the truth? All the buffoonery. It's crazy. Thank you, Helicopter Mama. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Lovey. If you receive that, make sure you thank our dear helicopter mama. Appreciate you. Seriously, tell the freaking truth already. I'm not here with you know, believing Daniel or Malaya, either one of them, because they are both equally in their own rights lying, self-protecting SOBs. Both of them equally in their own right. For different reasons and the same.
Yeah, and I think if I remember correctly, Daniel told me the heat seeker actually was able to see a beaver, but also the tracks of the beaver as it was walking. It was that focused on the heat signatures. Next question: where did Daniel store his tools, and did you park your ATV at Justin's house?
Okay, listen to this.
Daniel kept his tools in the porch.
Daniel kept his tools in the porch. So it has to be the front porch, right? The one where he bolted up and put a wrench on the door where it couldn't. And let me say something. That door wasn't shut every night. That thing was permanently shut. That thing was permanently shut. And Daniel broke the damn thing whenever before the RCMP came.
No, I did not keep the ATV at Justin's house. The ATV was somewhere else, not very far from here.
I might have double recorded this.
I'm not going to say where.
Maybe
That's
just
fair.
a short clip. Give me a second.
Kids are still alive, and I'll say that to the day I die, or until they're found.
Have you ever seen a black eye on Lily or Jack?
No, I have not. And if they did get black eyes, it was from each other, because I'll tell you something.
You are full of shit, Janie. And this is why I hope God has mercy upon y'all's souls. I'm telling you, because you are lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old who was abused and neglected. You couldn't have missed those kids having black eyes. The school didn't, and they missed 40 some days of school. But that's right, you didn't keep pictures of them, right? Because you've seen them all the time. Bet you got pictures of your other grandbabies. You couldn't have missed it. Daniel said they had black eyes all the time. All the time. Piece of garbage.
I used to come in here, even when I babysat them. They're typical kids. When one kid does something and the other kid doesn't agree with it, of course that kid is going to hit the other kid. I've seen Jack pull Lily's hair before. I've seen Jack throw things at Lily. I've seen Lily do something to Jack, and then Jack would do something to Lily, and then Lily would go cry to her mother and said, Jack did this to me. And Jack.
Okay, that's every kid. That's like every kid on the planet. That doesn't mean they get black eyes all the time. Again, something your son said.
Jack did that to me.
And allegedly, Patty was concerned, allegedly.
Or vice versa. Lily did this to me, or Lily did that to me. They're typical kids. They're 4 and 6 years old. I wasn't there. I wasn't over at Patty's when apparently Lily got her black eye. I don't know what happened.
Bullshit. Janie, You was around those kids every day. How can you say you watched them play outside and watch them dig worms and play in the yard every day and you didn't notice fucking black eyes? And let me tell you something. You could hear in that trailer those kids screaming all the time. Couldn't you, Janie? You could hear them. You could hear them fighting all the time in there. You could hear inside the trailer.
When she got her black eye. If it happened over at Patty's, it happened at Patty's.
Hey, AB, thank you for being in here. I was looking for your email last night. Can you email me? I just dropped my email right there. I was looking for it forever. You didn't have it in your about section. If you don't mind.
Thank you.
Have I seen any abuse in this house? Have I ever seen Malaya or Daniel hit those kids? No, not when I'm around. I have never seen Jack. I have never seen Daniel or Malaya ever hit those kids. I've seen them put in their rooms for being bad.
You're so full of shit. You're full of absolute shit, lady.
Or put in the corner for being bad, but I've never seen them hit those kids when I'm around here. And believe me, I'm in here quite a few times during the day.
What'd I tell you? I know you're in there quite a few times a day. I know you are, Janie. And I know that. I can't tell you how I know. Well, I have things, Janie. That's all I'll say. That I've never released.
Okay. And okay, so just one second. What do you think? Did you hear about Durwood and that toolbox story?
No, I didn't hear anything about the toolbox story from Darren. Daniel told me that he was out driving and he came across a toolbox and he picked it up and he took what he wanted out of the tools and he gave the rest to Jordan.
Okay. So these assholes just find a random toolbox one day in Durwood, or Daniel gives it to Jordan, and out of all the things, Durwood just talks about this old toolbox in the snow on the side of a hill. Now, Durwood is a liar. That is an absolute provable fact on many things. And I don't give a damn, because he came in here and he said, you took the bait talking about that toolbox, because he said he would start an auction off at $1,000 if whoever wanted it. I don't care, which I don't think you were joking. I think you were actually found some shame within you. But regardless, you're a sick bastard to even play around with a 4 and a 6-year-old's case like that, to say that you'll auction it off and people took the bait. You're a sick fuck for that.
That's the only thing I know about the toolbox.
Yeah, I mean, us too. That's all we've been told, except Durwood he blamed it on Chrissy, actually, but he came out with a little bit of a larger story about that. Apparently just to bait YouTubers, and I guess a couple of them took the bait, but it was a whole thing. I guess somebody was curious about your thoughts about that. Can Janie speak a little bit about her relationship with Malaya before this happened?
Well, Malaya is a very quiet person, and myself, as you know how I am, I'm very outgoing and very outspoken. So, to tell you the truth, when somebody is outspoken and apparently loud like me, it's very hard to communicate with people that are very quiet and soft-spoken. I have friends like that, and I when I would hang around with them, they would kind of look at me kind of funny, like, but...
Can you imagine Janie reading bedtime stories, right? Once upon a time, this is Grandma gonna read you a bedtime story, honey. Once upon a time, there was 3 little pigs. Grandma here, son Daniel pig, and May May pig. Oink, oink, mother chickens.
That's the way I am, and that's the way Malaya was. But I'll tell you something right now. Anita said that I didn't like Malaya because she was half native. I never, ever said that about Malaya. Never.
You know, such a calming voice. She needs to do ASMR. ASMR. Such a calming. Good God, she's always like, I've never done another thing.
Malaya became part of this family, and I accept her as part of this family. But what I thought of Malaya has nothing to do with Jack and Lilly.
That's right. And where, I'm not going to ask that.
And the absolute fuck, Janie. The absolute hell, Janie. You are saying Malaya took the kids out, or Malaya's family took the kids. What are you talking about?
For Daniel, like you guys are asking questions for Daniel, and Daniel's not part of this live stream. Maybe in the future, but not today. Where was Janie when her brother called her at 10?
You know, I don't really know who this Anita person is. I really don't know a lot about this Anita person that people are talking about. Probably might be a good thing. I don't know.
19 a.m.
I was out in the yard when he called.
Listen, here we go. I'm gonna bust her.
And your phone was
I think
inside the
that-
RV? Or?
Listen to this. Just wait. Here we go. I thought of something, guys, and it's just another thing that's going to show you that Friday was a lie. Friday morning.
And where, I'm not going to ask that question. That's for Daniel. Like you guys are asking questions for Daniel, and Daniel's not part of this live stream. Maybe in the future, but not today. Where was Janie when her brother called her at 10:19 a.m.?
One up here. It's on.
I was out in the yard when he called.
At 10:19, when you're okay. No, AB. No. 10:19, when her brother called. Yeah, okay. Which is past the 911 call, which is you couldn't have searched very long, Janie, if you and had already, because you didn't take your phone, remember? And you say you're out in the yard, and RCMP is showing up right about that time. And Daniel says he's pulling down next to the pond, and he says, which they couldn't see him from there, because he says he couldn't pull up to the yard because it was filled with RCMP. And he says, as soon as I jump out of the car, they have their eyes on me, which is total bullshit. They couldn't see him from the pond down there parked. And he says, don't go in the woods, Daniel. First of all, they couldn't see you. Second of all, you could have parked a lot closer. And third of all, how the hell did they know your name? Onward and upward. We got more.
And your phone was
I
inside
think
the
that-
RV? Or?
No, I was out with Malaya and Meadow.
Okay.
Hold on. What?
Accept her as part of this family. But what I thought of Malaya has nothing.
Hold on.
And where, I'm not going to ask that question. That's for Daniel. Like you guys are asking questions for Daniel, and Daniel's not part of this live stream. Maybe in the future, but not today. Where was Janie when her brother called her at 10:19 a.m.?
I was out in the yard when he called.
And your phone was
I
inside
think
the
that-
RV? Or?
No, I was out with Malaya and Meadow.
What did she say right there?
10:19 a.m.
I was out in the yard when he called.
And your phone was
I think
inside the
that
RV? Or?
no, I was out with Malaya and Meadow.
Okay. So, Janie, so you're saying from that little bit of time from you guys were out there searching all that, so Malaya, Daniel goes up the hill, goes to the cabins, comes back down, he says, and gets his, shows you that it's just all bullshit. And I'm going to show you something here in a minute that's really bullshit. He comes down, gets his, gets the keys on the side of the dresser or whatever, and says, because there's two sets of keys, right? And he says he leaves his phone there, and then he jumps in his car and he searches every cabin or every dirt road, all of this stuff. He goes down Lansdowne Station first, or not Lansdowne, toward his, what's the fucking road? I can't think of it right now. Where the pink blanket is. Turns around and goes up the other way. And then he sees you out behind the house there, right? And Malaya calls at 10 o'clock. 10:01. 10:01. And this is right when you're coming out of the camper the first time. Coming out, right? You haven't started looking yet. And that's when you go back inside, get on your clothes, and then you go behind the house and say you're going to look in that area. So maximum, Janie, maximum, you could have, let's see here. Let's say it's 10:01 when she's on the phone with 911. Let's give you till 10:05, and that's 4 minutes to get inside, get your clothes on, and then leave your phone there, and then go back behind the house and start searching, and then you see Daniel, right? And you say, no, I'm going to continue searching back here. Right? Okay. So you couldn't have searched more than 12, 13 minutes at max, because you would have had to have come back to your home, go in your camper and get your phone, and be standing straight out with Malaya and your brother call. But I'm not done yet, because I thought of something else that all three of you have said since day one. And I'm going to show you that it's complete bullshit what you guys are saying. I'm going to show you. Yep. The fact that she is pretending that Danny is always going to be part of, it's disgusting. As he is in some great guy, and that's exactly right, AB. Like if Jack and Lilly was found today, alive, safe, sound, neither one of them is getting them back. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you so much, Miss Sarah. Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate you very, very much. If you received one of those 2 pearl necklaces, make sure you give our dear Sarah a big, big thank you. Thank you so much, my love. Really appreciate you. Oh, I've been digging over this since 2 o'clock this morning. I've been taking notes, and I thought of something here in a second. I'll show you, tell you that I was like, why the fuck did I not think of this earlier? It shows she is carrying the narrative. That's not, it's not. It's not. Hey, House Music, good to see you, honey. Good to see you.
Okay. Okay.
Listen to this.
And so can you just go over, you told me today, but can you go over like the timing, roughly the
There.
timing of when people showed up on the 2nd? Because I know you told me that Justin didn't show up till about noon. And, you know, just can you talk about that morning a little bit?
When people started showing up, okay. Well, my brother showed up here at a little after 1. Cindy showed up not long after the RCMP arrived. Haley and
Hold on. What's this? What's this, Janie?
a little after 1. Well, my brother showed up here at a little after 1. Cindy showed up not long after the RCMP arrived.
That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie that you are either you're lying for Daniel right there. And I'll show you that actually. Let me find it. Cindy, which I showed this a long time ago. Cindy didn't get there till like 1 o'clock. I've got the text messages. And you know what's interesting, Brandy? People, you know how she goes to with Ron every week in town? It's very interesting. People say that they don't see every Friday since Jack and Lily's went missing, that they don't see Miss Janie and Ron around town together on Fridays. Interesting. Let me find this. I've got the text messages here somewhere, but I don't know if I want to spend too much time holding on. But if you want to see it, I can show you, but damn. I don't want to wait too long. You just gotta. I can pull up in a little bit, I promise. But you've seen it. If you guys follow Jack and Lily, I've shown it here before. Old Garden Gal, thank you so much, my dear. Really appreciate it. I'll post it. Thank you so much, Old Garden Gal. Appreciate you very much. I love the garden myself. I love plants. I thought about doing a plant channel, actually. Thank you so much, my love. Appreciate you very much. They don't go out on Fridays because YouTubers talk smack, she claimed. Yeah, right. Yeah. Like, there's like not a lot of YouTubers in Pictou County. Just not. You're lying.
Haley and Hayden and Shelby showed up a little after 1 because they got here roughly around when Logan got here. Logan just got here before her father did. Who else am I missing? I know I introduced somebody. I can't be 100% sure. There was so many people here, but I know I introduced somebody to Malehya's mother, but I can't remember who it was because people were coming and going here, and my neighbors were down. People I'd never even seen were coming and saying hi to me, and I don't even know who they were. But the main ones were my brother, and my other brother showed up. He showed up. He showed up after my brother Ron did. My other brother. Then there was 2 of my other brothers that showed up later on. Mostly my family was here. They showed up roughly around the same time, but they were out searching before they came here. So they were out once they found out Jack and Lily were missing. They went searching for them, and then when they called the search off, they all came back here. So I don't know what time some of my other brothers, they were out searching before they came here. So they were all back here when the search was called off.
to me, that's a little weird. They were out searching before they came here. Isn't that like the first place you're going to go is the house? And start, like, go to the house and then say and talk to the family and say, where should I search? Where do you want me to search? What can I do? They just go searching in random spots before they even come back to the house. Hey, Shannon. Happy Easter, darling. And well, that's the thing. And that's the next thing, Texas, who called the search off. They didn't. Friday, they search all Friday. They search into Friday night. They search into Saturday morning, all morning, like after midnight. And they search into Sunday. What the hell is she talking about? Am I missing something? Am I not understanding that right? They searched for 48 hours nonstop. What? Am I misunderstanding something? Right, Greener. What am I doing? Did the other thing not load? Can y'all hear that? Let me see if it didn't load.
Hey, Janie, and
I know some
Okay, there we go.
once they found out Jack and Lilly were missing, they went searching for them. And then when they called the search off, they all came back here. So I don't know what time some of my other brothers, they were out searching before they came here. So they were all back here when the search was called off.
Absolutely, Darlene. Absolutely.
okay. So there is a question that might have got me. I don't think so. You mentioned about Malaya giving the kids to somebody. Do you ever recall any kind of conversation or conversations or anything that came up that would indicate to you maybe who she was thinking of giving the kids to, or what are your thoughts? Like if you had to guess, where do you think the kids could be?
Listen to this.
In my opinion, I think that the kids are with her side of the family or someone that is associated with her side of the family. Because I lived here for 26 years and my kids grew up here and I had no problem. And
that's right. Until you raised your demon. That's why.
I live in the country. There's no random stranger going to come by and pick up two kids.
You're right.
Because how do they know you're not watching out the window at your kids? And as I said before, who would know the kids were here home that day? And who would know the kids were outside? And if it was somebody that picked those kids up and came in the back door and picked those kids up, those kids would have been going hysterical. They would have been laughing and going on and everything. Because I can tell you from my experience, when Malaya and Daniel went to pick up the car, I watched Jack and Lilly. And when that car drove in the yard, Jack went up to the window and he said, "Granny's here, Granny's here." And I said, "No, it's not Granny." "Yes, it is. It's Granny." I said, "Jack, you got to calm down." "It's Granny. Granny's here."
You need to
and then
calm
when
down,
when his mother got out of the car, I said, "No, it's your mother." "Oh, Mommy's home. Mommy's home." So if it was somebody that came in, nobody would come in this backyard and take those kids out of this house because Daniel and Malaya would have known.
Yeah. Yeah. And for anybody who sits on the Malaya and Daniel bandwagon and actually believe their bullshit, how do you rationalize Daniel and Malaya saying that they were in bed together all morning? Both of them were dozing in and out, that neither one of them left the bed, that Malaya heard the kids. Well, actually, Jack and Lilly woke up Meadow, and she put Lily or Meadow in the bed. And then a little bit later, the kids come in, and or Lily comes in, and a couple times at the door, and Daniel sees Lily, and then they go back out in the living room and the kitchen and play, and they can't decide on which one is actually the one that's asleep and the one that's awake, and one that woke the other one up, and they can't remember because it was just all these were ordinary days to them. So how did someone rationalize when Malaya is giving the same bullshit story? I'll wait. I'll wait. How do you do it? And if you're, a Malaya supporter, or Daniel, like, how do you think that? Daniel says, pushed for a long time, someone may have came in the house. Remember this? And then he talks about that he thought someone came in the house and got Jack and Lily, dressed them, and Jack couldn't reach his coat. His coat was gone. But then he magically found it after, he got some bullshit criticism. But it's interesting how he found that coat after the clothes was already sent to Malaya. Imagine that. Nobody thinks about that. Interesting. Daniel says he can't tell us what the kids were wearing because it would hurt the investigation, but it's not what we think that they're wearing. He said, I've got all the messages, I can pull them up, that this person the dog might have barked a little bit, but they came outside to the yard and said to Jack and Lily, shh. They might have said shh, and then quietly walked them out of the yard. But then he also says they had to have gotten Jack's coat from inside. But y'all fucked up if y'all believe this. I'm telling you, fucked up if you believe it. You just are. On this one, you just are. You can believe anything on any other case. This case, you dumb. If you
My dog would have known.
you're dumb. Yeah, Janie's dog would have known it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And I don't even know the
Hey,
kids. But you
Sheila.
would think that if somebody walked into the house that they knew, they would have made some kind of noise. And like I keep saying, if Malaya was up at 8,
How the hell would, if Daniel could hear Jack and Lily outside and Lily was popping in and out of the bedroom, remember, this is a 20-minute period, and that 20 minutes is going to bite their ass in a minute. And it's the thing I'm going to show you in a second.
28 making a phone call, she wouldn't have been that deep asleep. She would have heard something.
That's right. Daniel would have heard something. Malaya would have heard something. The dog would have heard something. Janie would have heard something.
Janie, in your gut feeling, do you think that Jack and Lily are alive? And do you have any idea where they can be? We just went through that. I would like to hear your thoughts on this. And I thank you for coming on here.
Taka.
So I think we've been talking about that at length, that yes, she believes they're alive, and that somebody on Malaya's side of the family would know where they are.
Like
Did something
my
make you
dog,
wake up at 6
my
a.m.?
dog hears. I want to call you somebody else. I'm very sorry.
It's all good.
My dog wakes me up, thanks to Daniel, I'll be sound asleep. Daniel will go out to the woodshed and get an armload of wood, and my dog barks. And my dog sees Daniel every day, and yet he barks at him. And he knows him, but yet he barks at him. I could be in bed sound asleep, and the next thing you know, the dog is barking because Daniel's out getting wood. So,
yes, and how the reporter said, a dog that barks at everything. The dog doesn't shut up. But Daniel goes and gets a load of wood. The dog barks and sees him every day. Well, you say Jack and Lilly was outside, but I think I'm going to bust you guys on that in a second.
if my dog barks at Daniel, which he knows him, sees him every day, why wouldn't my dog bark at
Happy
two kids out in
Easter.
the yard when they see every day?
That dog is probably barking to say, get me the fuck out of
And
here.
dogs that bark, they don't discriminate, right? They're going to bark at people they know. They're going to bark at people they don't know. I don't know. I think it's pretty common for dogs to bark.
It depends on the dog. Some dogs will bark at everybody, including people they know, and some dogs will only bark at people they don't know.
When they hear something, that's their job, to warn you that something's going on. The next one, Janie, do you think somebody came in the place and snatched the kids, or do you think that somebody helped lead them out and took them?
I know somebody led them out because,
You know?
as I said, when they get outside that fence, they would have been yelling and screaming and hollering. So somebody had to take them out of that. And I am suspecting it was Malaya that took those kids out of this house and took them and gave them to somebody. That's my opinion.
That's right. Thank you, Miss Joyous. Appreciate you very much, Mama. Everyone on that property knows more than they're saying. Justice for Jack and Lilly. And that's my point. Exactly, Miss Joyous. Everyone knows. And I will not stick up for any one of them except Jack and Lilly. They are the victim. They are the victims, not the three grown-ass adults that are all three parents. Absolutely. So I won't kiss Maleha's ass. I'm not going to stroke her or Daniel's or Janie's ego whenever it really is. Why are these three adults lying on a 4 and a 6-year-old? Why? There's only one reason. Because they know. Because they know. Exactly. And I can't do it. I will never support anybody that hurts a kid, an animal, someone who is mentally, physically handicapped, elderly. You won't, nope, can't do it. Those are the people I can get along with anybody in the world. You lie on these kids, you. Thank you, Miss Joyous. I'm sorry for my potty mouth today. I get a little emotional with this one. Thank you, baby monkey. Appreciate you. Love you, darling. Thank you. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. We're about to give another one in just a minute. We just want. I know I keep saying that, but it's coming.
And then Bonnie, just wanted to let you know that it's not your fault, not at all. You were not their parent. They expected too much, I feel. That is the parent's place. Absolutely, I agree. Thank you for that. Janie,
Exactly,
do you
Shannon.
find it strange that Malaya made the call to 911 before talking to you or checking the trailer regardless of the dog situation? I just feel that it would have been the first spot I checked. And that,
Okay,
I mean,
listen
that
to
makes
this.
a lot of sense too. That was actually one of my first questions, is because when we found out the mother-in-law lived 40 feet away, my
Listen to
first
this.
thought would be, I'm going to go check my mom's place or whatever. Do you have any thoughts of why they wouldn't come and check with you first to see if the kids were inside with you?
Tell us.
The thing that why they didn't come and check with me is because apparently they thought I was away.
Good excuse. I give you credit for that one, Janie. You thought of that one in a year. Good excuse. They thought I was away with my brother Ronnie, right? They thought I was away. But it's not good enough. It's not good enough. I don't give a damn if they thought you was away or not. They would have I don't know, called you at the very minimum to say, have you seen Jack or Lily? Or what time did you leave, Mom? When's the last time you saw Jack and Lily? Doesn't work for me. Doesn't work for me. And second of all, I don't care if you were home or not. What if Jack and Lily went in your trailer? Wouldn't they at least go try to open the door, see if it was locked? Didn't do that either, did they? So good excuse. It took you a year to think of it. I give you some points for that, but you're full of shit. You're absolutely full of shit. Yeah, everyone said that he was crying about his dog passing of cancer, allegedly, highly. Yeah, he wasn't. He was. Right. Yeah, Shannon, it's red flag. Did they not say that MBM did not expect JM to be home on Friday? Whatever. Yeah. And second of all, if your brother came to pick you up, I'm sure they're going to pull in. And let's be real, someone that's tweaked out on the mathematics, they stare out the damn window. They stare out the window. They're hyper vigilant, as Jody Sue would say. They're hyper vigilant, and they're going to know if somebody's in their yard. Come on now.
Every Friday, as they said, I was going with my brother to town, so they must have thought I was away. That's why they didn't come over.
Yet you're not going on Fridays with your brother anymore, are you? Haven't really seen you in town allegedly since I don't know, a year. I think it's a cute little excuse.
And see if I heard the kids or anything, because they didn't expect me to be home.
Okay. And I think we've heard Daniel has a Dodge Journey. Do you know what happened to it? I know what happened to it, but do you know what happened to it?
Listen to this.
The Dodge Journey is gone. It went for scrap. And yes, it was checked by the investigators and the RCMP.
Interesting. The Dodge Journey was scrapped. Daniel says in his other interviews that the vehicles wasn't checked. And there's also reports that there was a few miles down the road that there was a vehicle that was completely burned out, that they took the VINs off of it as well.
All vehicles in this
Wonder if that's related.
Property were checked by RCMP investigators, and God knows how many searchers have looked in the cars.
Not according to your son. Not according to your son. They didn't check the vehicles. Yes, Justin, and notice it was a one-sentence answer in the silence, in my opinion. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We had a dryer out at the end of the driveway. You want to know how many people looked in that dryer? I couldn't count.
Well, you have a washer spinner, Janie. You have a washer spinner. Who cares? You have a washer spinner. Nobody gives a damn. Okay? How about that?
RCMP, open up.
I could count them on my hands and my toes hundreds of times. Oh, everybody that came in this yard looked in that dryer. Everybody looked in the vehicles. My car was actually searched by a cadaver dog.
And as silly as some of those places sound, it makes me feel more confident that they did.
You know something, Joe Canada, do you guys really think the RCMP is that incompetent that they didn't check all the vehicles of the people involved? I would 98% of the time say no. I agree. In this time, I do. I do. Daniel said they didn't check, and there's a few reasons. Daniel says they didn't check. Wade said there was some of Lily's clothes in one of the vehicles, and it took them 2 days to get the pink blanket. And so, as much as I absolutely support the RCMP and think that they are working their asses off to find Jack and Lilly and get justice for Jack and Lilly, I think they royally screwed up in the beginning, in my opinion.
Thoroughly search everything on the property, right? So
I think that they were just searching for Jack and Lilly, like they just walked off. But I think that they unfortunately, little time went by there that
I mean, in that way,
messed
it's
up.
good. Even if it sounds silly to you, it's good that they were thorough in their search, at least there. And I know we talked a little bit about this stuff earlier today as well. Is it true the kids had black eyes? And is it true the school reported abuse and neglect?
That's a question you'd have to ask Daniel. I know nothing about the school. I went to pick Jack up a few times from school. That's all I had to do with school. So that's a question that you'll have to, better yet.
Okay. A question there. Just going to go back on that 1 second.
Property, right? So, I mean, in that way, it's good. Even if it sounds silly to you, it's good that they were thorough in their search, at least there. And I know we talked a little bit about this stuff earlier today as well. Is it true the kids had black eyes? And is it true the school reported abuse and neglect?
That's a question you'd have to ask Daniel. I know nothing about the school. I went to pick Jack up a few times from school. That's all I had to do with school. So that's a question that you'll have to, better yet, ask Malaya. Ask Malaya these questions, people, or ask Cheryl. Oh, ask Cheryl. Cheryl speaks for Malaya. Ask Cheryl. Get Cheryl to ask Malaya.
Why did she just pick up Jack? Why not Jack and Lilly? Just curious there. Does anyone know? Why not pick up Jack and Lilly? I don't understand that. I'm looking for something, guys. Just give me 1 second. Bear with me. I'm trying to find a timestamp on something because I want to show you something that really caught my attention that we've been overlooking for a long time. Okay, found it. Here we go. Okay. Guys, I'm going to play a video. I'm going to go tinkles real quick. And thank you, Baby Monkey, for that. Really appreciate you, my dear. And I'm going to show you right after this. I'm going to show you something very, very interesting. Give me 1 minute.
I walk through fire with my head held high, tears on my lashes, faith in my spine. They whispered lies, tried to dim my light, but heaven knows I was built for this fight. I've been pressed down, still I rise, still breathing truth through bloodshot eyes. If you're looking for proof that grace survives, look at me still standing tonight. When the noise gets loud and the crown feels heavy, I don't run, I remember who sent me. So clutch them pearls, don't look away, God's not finished, He's clearing the way. I've been chosen, refined, set apart, still beating faith with a fearless heart. Clutch them pearls, yeah, hold on tight. What tried to break me gave me sight. I don't bow to fear, I answer the call. Covered in grace, still standing tall. They said be quiet, stay in your place, smile smaller, soften your faith. But I was never built to blend in. I was born bold, born to contend. I've carried names they tried to shame. Wore my scars like a holy flame. Every trial carved out my voice. Now I stand here unashamed. Rejoice if I shake the room. It's not rebellion, it's resurrection with conviction. So clutch them pearls, don't look away. God's not finished, He's clearing the way. I've been chosen, refined, set apart, still beating faith with a fearless heart. Clutch them pearls, yeah, hold on tight. What tried to break me gave me sight. I don't bow to fear, I answer the call, covered in grace. Still slow, rejoice if I shake the room. It's not rebellion, it's resurrection with conviction. So clutch them pearl, look away, God's not finished, He's clearing the way. I've been chosen, refined, set apart, still beating faith with a fearless heart. Clutch them pearls, yeah, hold on tight. What tried to break me gave me sight. I don't bow to fear, I answer the call. Covered in grace, still standing tall. I won't dim what heaven ignited. I won't fear.
Okay. All right, guys. I am back on that. So sorry about that. I had to tinkle. Okay. Want to show you this now. Something I noticed. Oops, wrong one. Something I noticed and want to show you something that
And there's questions that I can't understand, is I can't wrap.
Lord. So I was saying that I'm getting ready to show you guys something that Daniel, Malaya, and Miss Janie have said since day one as part of their script. And it shows you, in my opinion, that all three of them are lying. Thank you, Chris. Y'all ready for this? Okay. Let me show you. Just give me 1 second here. Okay. Here we go.
My brain around is one, who would know the kids were home? Two, who would know they were outside? And three, why wasn't Malaya more hysterical when two kids were missing? I mean, if it was me, myself, or probably anybody else, they would have been running around with their head cut off like a chicken and screaming and hollering. She wasn't doing that. She was standing out beside in front of the RV, and I opened up the door and I said, "What's up?" She said, "The kids are missing." I said, "How long?" She said, 20 minutes. Well, I got my.
There you go. We've heard that a million times, haven't we? We've heard that a million times. And this is getting ready to absolutely shred your bullshit narrative, what I'm about to tell you, Janie, Daniel, and Malaya. Janie asked Malaya, how long had the kids been missing? And she says, about 20 minutes. Well, if that is true, Janie, why would you ask how long the kids have been missing when you were the last fucking one to hear them outside? You, Janie, you were the last one to hear them outside. You heard them out in the yard. So why would you ask them that it's been 20 minutes? Why would you ask, how long have they been missing? What the fuck do you mean? You just heard them out in the yard playing.
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
You're not good at this, girl. You're not good at it. That's right. She didn't hear shit. And this is the narrative that they have been trying to get you all and God and everyone to believe. Why would you say, Janie, what the kids are missing? How could they be missing? You and your dog just heard them barking. It couldn't have been, it literally could not have been more than 5 minutes maximum that you just heard them outside, because they were only, it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. Let's think about this. Jack and Lily were inside the home. Daniel says that Lily comes in and out, and he hears them playing in the kitchen, and then he dozes off, him or Malaya. And then Daniel also said he wasn't in any sleep, even to remotely, wasn't even remotely at a sleep. And then he, I guess, dozes off. And then they suddenly wake up and they say, "Oh my God, I don't hear the kids." So these buffoons jump up and they run to the back of the trailer, and then they look inside the house, and then they look outside the house. Meanwhile, in that little time, they say that they're dozing off. It couldn't have been more than 20 minutes. Well, if it couldn't have been more than 20 minutes, then How long does it take a 4 and a 6-year-old to get their boots on and all of this? And as soon as you dozed off, it doesn't mean that they just jetted out the door, because they have to get their boots on, right? And I'm sure that they play a few minutes, right? So let's say that 5 minutes, let's say 3 minutes, and that's them right after you doze off. Let's say it takes them 3 minutes, and that's not a lot of time for them to get their boots on and all that. And let's say they're outside, they go outside, which for them to open up the back door, they have to do it together. They can't open the door, one of them. Malaya and them said they had to open it together. They had to push it together. And not only did they have to push the door open together because it's heavy, but out of all days, they push it back closed. Okay. And then Janie hears them outside playing, laughing and giggling. Okay. Laughing and giggling. And so they're playing outside. Let's say they're out there 10 minutes, laughing and giggling. The dog is barking. Okay. That's 13 minutes. That's 13 minutes. Right? So, hold on. So you got 7 minutes in that 20 minutes, maximum 20 minutes. Right? And Daniel and Malaya come outside and they say, Daniel's yelling for Jack and Lilly. And Daniel runs up this hill and runs down the hill. And by that time, Janie comes out and sees Malaya holding Meadow and says, how long have the kids been missing? And Malaya says, 20 minutes. Janie, why the hell would you ask that question? You were the one that just heard them no more than 7 minutes prior, heard them playing in the yard. You and your dog. Doesn't work, girlfriend. And it shows me that you, Daniel, and Malaya are all three in lockstep lying about this. You can't stand each other. And Malaya doesn't like Daniel because she knows, in my opinion, what he did and what a crappy person she was with the kids prior, lazy. And she went with it in the beginning because she thought she would get in trouble. And Daniel and them can't stand her because she knows. And that's why I tell you, and I have said almost since day one, go back, that Friday is absolutely fake. And that right there proves it, in my opinion. Absolutely proves it. Okay. 1 second. Give me a second, guys. Bear with me. Trying to pull up something. And this is the one these kids. Bear with me, guys. Sorry. I gotta find a timestamp on something. Hold on. Janie. Wait 1 second, guys. CBC. I have to find it through YouTube. Just give me a second. Okay. And you guys need to be ashamed of yourself for this. Janie, Daniel, Malaya. Give me a second. Where's it at? Can someone find me the, is it this one? Okay, here it is. I found it. Sorry. All right. Let me just show you right here. We're going to get back to this interview in just a second, but I just want to show you these things just to confirm it for people. There's Tucker giving the side eye. There's Tucker. Okay. And Janie, Daniel, Malaya, I know you're watching. Boo boo. I know you're watching. Susan, thank you so much. Thank you, Justin, for keeping Jack and Lily's case. Thank you so much, my dear. Really, really appreciate you, my love. Thank you so much for your continued support, Miss Susan. Really does mean a lot. Really does. Thank you. Covering up boot prints and tire tracks. Yes. Listen to this.
My dog started barking, and the kids.
Okay. So Janie says the dog's barking. Okay. And the kids
were out in the yard.
Oh.
Now you can see there's 2 swings where the kids play. My bedroom is right there. I heard the kids. This is where the kids' swings are.
This is where the duct tape kids' swings are. Got it. And she hears them. The dog hears them. There is no room, right, to wiggle, Janie.
This is where they always played.
And so that's where
I heard them. And I can hear everything in that trailer. If 2 kids get out of a fence, and Jack and Lily are all the time yelling, especially Lily, come on, Jackie, let's go, Jackie, let's go, Jackie. It's all I hear out here. When the kids get out of the fence and come out through here, I would have heard them yelling, come on, Jackie, let's go, let's go. I didn't hear anything. The next thing I heard is I heard Daniel yelling. He was yelling for Jack and Lily.
Okay. The next thing she hears is Jack and Lily. Okay. She had already heard the kids. Now she hears Daniel yelling for Jack and Lily. Okay. Notice this.
I didn't get up because I thought he was yelling for Jack and Lily in the house. So the next thing you know.
Whenever someone says next thing you know, they're always leaving out stuff. Always. If they're saying, next thing you know, yada, 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 that kind of thing, they're always
I
leaving out.
came out of the trailer
you go.
after I heard Daniel, about, I'd say, 10 minutes after I heard him. I come out of the trailer.
What do you mean 10 minutes after you heard him, Janie? 10 minutes? That couldn't be. That couldn't be. 10 minutes after you hear Daniel? Daniel says he runs up the hill, runs back down, and you're outside because you heard him.
I opened up the door, was standing here.
Listen.
Malaya was standing right here with Meadow on her hip. And I come out and I said, "What's up?" She said, "Jack and Lily are missing."
Listen to what she says.
Out and I said, "What's up?" She said, "Jack and Lily are missing." I said, "How long?" She said, "About 20 minutes."
20 minutes. Now, you're not going to ask that. She said the dog barks at Daniel. She said the dog barked at the kids as well. But that's not the point. The point is about 20 minutes. Janie was the last one to hear the kids. The last one to hear the kids. Why are you asking how long it's been? You just heard the kids outside playing. And now you're going outside because you hear Daniel screaming. And then you go outside and see Malaya. And you say, "What's up?" Just randomly, she comes outside and says, "What's up, Malaya? You just standing out there in the yard with the baby on your hip." She says the kids are missing. I say, "How long?" 20 minutes. Well, that's weird because I just heard them. Like, couldn't have been 7 minutes ago. If it's been 20 minutes. Now she says, after Daniel screams, here it was 10 minutes she comes out. And if that's the truth, then the kids couldn't have been missing more than 10 minutes. How the hell does Malaya know how long it's been they didn't see them? Well, that's the last time they heard them inside, they said, right? When they were out in the kitchen playing, couldn't have been more than 10 minutes. They're liars. All of them lying.
I closed the door, got my boots on, came out here, ran up in the woods. Just right up here. The kids have a little fort that they...
Now, she's going to run straight up where Daniel just ran from. Huh? Daniel says in his interview that he runs down the hill. His mom and Malaya are down there. And that's when Janie says, how long has it been? He says, Malaya is on the phone with 911. Right? And Janie hasn't started looking yet. And that is 10:01 a.m. on the dot. It's 10:01 a.m. that she calls 911. Well, Janie hasn't even started looking at 10:01. So if Janie is up here looking, it has to be past 10:01, which means she has to go up here. She has to get dressed, right? She has to go back in her camper, get dressed, come back out, run up this hill, run down this hill, or go back to the trail where she suddenly meets Daniel, and she sees Daniel, and she says, Daniel says, do you want to come with me? And she says, no, I'm going to continue to look back here. But we know for a fact that her brother calls her at 10:19 a.m. We've got timestamps. So she leaves her phone while she's searching. So from, again, 10:01, and that's when she first hears this 911 call going on Janie.
Made out of sticks and fir branches. And that's where they go. You can see them and hear them. We went for walks in the woods. I had to practically carry Jack through the woods because there was no way that he was walking through all that tree falls and bushes. I did this whole area. There's an old road up back. When I got up to the end, to the top of the hill, I met Daniel.
Same, Sarah.
And I said to him, I said, did you find them? He said, no. He said, you coming with me? I said, no. I said, I'm going to search this area. Because when she told me the kids were missing, you automatically think they went into the woods.
She automatically thinks they went into the woods whenever she says they would never go into the woods. Happy Easter, Ash. Good to see you, honey. Right? The kids that would never go into the woods, and that would be so loud, and that her dog would be so loud, and that she just heard minutes ago outside, her own words, but then asked the mother, how long have they been missing? Whenever you just heard them outside minutes ago, but you automatically think they go to the woods. Got it. Y'all were so believable.
That was my first instinct. So I went up and I did this whole area, this whole wooded area, right up to the top of to the dirt road, came back down here and came back down the side of the road, came back down here and came back up the same spot. I went back into the house. By the time the cops were here, I don't know exactly what time, I didn't take my phone. The cops were here. There was a bench sitting here or a horse.
Okay. Now, she did all of that area, all behind the house and right there by the trail and all that stuff. Night, Captain. All of that. It couldn't have been more than 12, 13 minutes. Yes, it is, Tiffany. Couldn't have been more than 12, 13 minutes because she had to go in She had to go back in, get her clothes on, right? Leave her phone, go back there, go up the hill there, look for them, see Daniel, say, no, I'm going to search. I searched this entire area, and then come back and stand by Malaya at, well, she had to go after she got back. She had to go back in the house to get her phone, right? And then come back outside and stand by Malaya at 10:19 a.m. Not a chance. First of all, you couldn't have searched all of that in that amount of time. Couldn't have. And second of all, you just heard the kids. I would be asking a lot more questions if I was Janie, saying, what do you mean the kids are missing? They're literally just out in the yard 5 minutes ago.
Our sawhorse, it's over there.
So she automatically thinks the woods.
Was sitting here. I was sitting on it, bawling my eyes out. I was crying.
She was bawling her eyes out. Okay. Okay. Now, I want to just show you something here. We're going to get back to another thing in just 1 second. But I just want to show you this.
I know the truth.
Right
I didn't kill
here.
Lily and Jack.
And I don't believe you, Daniel. Where's the full interview? Oops, where's it at? Where's it at? Here it is. Okay. All right. Now look at this. It shows you they are lying. Okay. Let's see here. Is this not the interview? Do I not got the, hold on. Do I not got the, oh wait, I don't got the transcript. That's why. Hold on. Okay. Why is it? Doesn't he say, I run up the hill in the cabins with this one? Isn't this the one that he says?
One.
The latest one would have been, that would have been on the,
Which one does he say, I run up to the hills because they have cabins? Mohawk, do you remember? I run up to the hills because they have cabins.
blanket.
Give me a
So-
second.
And that the actual formal interview for that wasn't very long. That was probably about 20 minutes. But the amount of time I spend with them is a lot because we go over a lot. It's just me asking questions and how can I help them, and so it's usually like an hour and a half to 2 hours. I only plan on being there for 20 minutes or whatever they have to do with me. But it's just like we just keep talking.
And so when you say interviews, that would be recorded on the record interrogations.
Yeah, that's the audio recordings.
There have been allegations from Maleha's friends and family that you were abusive to her. Were you?
No.
They said that when she moved in with you, she cut off all contact with them and you monitored her phone.
She also monitored mine. We both had the same passwords on her phone. And her friends, she blocked her friends on my phone and she blocked them on her own phone.
So how would you describe your relationship before the children went missing?
Yes. I don't really want to talk on that because I don't really want to talk on too much to do with Malaya. It's best that we don't.
Okay. And so you mentioned that there were some accusations about your past drug use. I've
No.
read some things about it being drug use that week, the week the children went missing. Is there any truth to that?
No, I didn't have any drugs.
It is.
And Major Crimes knows that, or they would have, charged me with possession of
No,
drugs
it's
or
another
drug
one that
paraphernalia. There was nothing at the house.
where he says, I meet my mom outside.
So, and they know that.
What is your history in terms of the drug use? What would you like to share just to clear
Let
the
me
air?
see here 1 second.
I did not have any drugs. People thought I was doing drugs during the search. Absolutely not.
You were.
I don't owe any
In my
drug dealers
opinion.
money. I don't owe anyone drugs. I'm not a drug dealer. I don't manufacture drugs. Can't really speak on anything more than that, I
Those
guess.
have been all the accusations
Yeah.
made at you.
That I have, manufactured drugs, sell them. I give them to people to sell. It's crazy.
No drug party that night.
No, there was no drug party. There was no leaving during the middle of the night. When we pulled into the yard on Thursday afternoon, it would have been about 3:50 or just right before 4 o'clock. The vehicle did not move till the next morning until I got in it and then went searching for Lily and Jack that morning when Malaya was on dispatch or contacted dispatch.
How have all of these allegations impacted you?
At the start, it didn't bother me because they're obviously all not true. Basically anyone can just go on there and say whatever they want without any recourse at all. And over time, it started to get to me because
Yes.
it's just constant, right? I tried to keep up on it all and tried to, tell everyone the truth and correct everyone, but it was just too much.
May 6th
When those
interview.
groups start to get so large and there's thousands and thousands of comments and thousands of questions every day, it's too.
I swore he said it in one of these. Tell us about that day. I ran up to the hill because they have cabins. That's what he says. I run up the hill because they have cabins. Thank you, Brandy. I've got more, but I'm trying to. Give me a second here.
Boots and my coat on, and I went up the hill. And for a
Listen-
nice beside my
Listen to what Miss Janie says right here with the 20 minutes. The 20 minutes.
front of the RV, and I opened up the door and I said, "What's up?" She said, "The kids are missing." I said, "How long?" She said, 20 minutes.
Daniel says I've got text messages from Daniel where he calls this a confrontation. Thank you, Magdalena. He says there was a confrontation. Hold on. Okay, this is it. I knew it was this interview. I knew my interviews. Dee Dee's got it. Thank you so much for sending that. I knew it was somewhere on this interview.
Malaya and the baby were
It wasn't picking up. The text wasn't picking up in the script. So
asleep. Lily came in multiple times. I was not in deep sleep by any means. And then about 20 minutes passed, and then
there you go. They're all talking that 20 minutes. All talking that 20 minutes. Now listen to this. Mm-hmm.
I woke up, Malaya was right beside me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack. I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
That's Daniel Martell, and I think he's lying about his missing stepchildren. And it's not just because that story literally did not make sense. So in today's video, let's watch his CBC interview and count the red flags. I'm Deception Detective, an attorney trained in statement analysis. This channel exposes lies and manipulation. So if that's your thing, hit subscribe. For exclusives and other cool perks, join the channel. Link in description. If you have two versions of the same story, debunking one of them is pretty easy. All you have to do.
So he says, I run up to the kids. I run up to the thing because they, first of all, he says he wasn't in any deep sleep by any stretch of the imagination. And then he wakes Malaya up. Malaya says she wakes him up. But regardless, they had both heard the kids in the house that morning. Jack and Lily woke Meadow up. Malaya picked up Meadow, laid back down with Meadow. Daniel says later on, Lily comes in his bedroom or their bedroom, and he tells her, to be quiet. She doesn't say anything, but then one time he says something about dad or something, and then they doze back off. 30 seconds or 20 minutes later, they wake up, nothing here. So they both immediately freak out like nobody does whenever they don't hear their kids for as soon as their eyes open. You usually yell for them, hello, are you, something, or you just one of you get up and go check on them, one or the other. And then he leaves. They check inside. They go outside. He runs up there. He's yelling for Jack and Lily. Jack and Lily runs up the hill where the cabins is. Run back down the hill where the cabin is. That's when he says he sees his mom.
Look for contradictions. If there are any, they can't both be true. So before we grab our deception decks and break down Daniel's version of that morning in this CBC interview.
Oh my God. I am so been wanting Tim Hortons so bad. I wish we had Tim Hortons. We have them in the we used to have them in the United States, but I don't have them in my state.
Here's Malaya's version from a month ago.
They happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens.
You can tell they're lying right here. They just happened to get out of that sliding door. You don't talk like that when this is your kids. If you know she's trying to soften the blow. Trying to soften the blow. They just happened.
And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911.
They both say instantly for different.
I just had the instinct I needed to call.
Malaya said she's the one who noticed the kids were gone and alerted Daniel. He said the opposite. Malaya said they both went outside looking for the kids. Daniel said he was out for 30 seconds and she called the police in the meantime. Those are interpersonal contradictions, or contradictions between two people's stories. And typically, if one is guilty and one is innocent, the innocent person will point out the contradictions and be suspicious of the one who's clearly lying. So the fact that Daniel and Malaya haven't done that suggests to me that they're co-conspirators and this entire story is scripted. And there are plenty more signs of scripting and fabrication in that story. I've already pointed out a bunch of them in my previous videos in this series, which I recommend you binge watch if you haven't seen them yet. But there's plenty more in this interview itself. So let's watch.
That's what they say.
Deep
angry.
In rural Nova Scotia, 140 kilometers northeast of Halifax, the last known location.
How you doing?
A lot of area to cover. We're out in sticks here.
Not one, but two missing children. A dog that barks at everything. A mother who left on the second day.
Did y'all see my YouTube short that I made of Janie? If you didn't, check it out. It's like 20 seconds long.
A father who hasn't seen the kids in 3 years, and a stepfather trying to piece things together.
It's been a long 6 weeks. I know that everybody basically in the world at this point is always wanting to know, like, what happened.
The mystery of what happened to 6-year-old Lily Mae Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother, Jack William James Sullivan, is indeed gripping the country and beyond. It is Friday, May 2nd. Martel and his partner, Malehya Brooks-Murray, the children's mother, are having a lazy morning with their baby. Lily and Jack are in the kitchen alone.
Malaya and the baby were asleep. Lily came in multiple times. I was not in deep sleep by any means. And then about 20 minutes passed. And then when I woke up,
I'm downloading
Malaya
it. I'm going to show you.
was
in
right
just a
beside
second.
me. She was still asleep. And I said, I don't hear Lily and Jack.
Bullshit.
The time, no one will say for sure, but police.
Why will nobody say? Why will you not say? You say it's been 20 minutes. You know the time on that, and you know the time on everything else. How interesting, isn't it? Wonder why. 1 second, I need to take this off. I'm going to show you. This might be part of our chicken party that we're going to do. It's downloading.
Say it was around 10 a.m. when they got a 911 call.
Yeah.
I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds.
Okay, are y'all ready? Y'all ready for it?
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. 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 If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
Tucker. My dog's name is Tucker. Tuck, mother chicken AH. Tucker. And you'll know how to spell it, maybe. Good God.
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. 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 If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
Tucker. Free Fluffy. Tucker.
I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
There are a ton of problems with this story, so let's go through them one by one. First, as I already pointed out, it directly contradicts Malehya's version of events, which is typical of co-conspirators reciting a scripted story.
You know something? I'm actually a little hurt, Mohawk. I'm actually a little hurt because, which I haven't listened to all of Janie's interview. I'll listen to it more, and I'm sure I'll find more inconsistencies and stuff. I haven't even gotten, I've gotten through more than half, but the presentation I'm going to show you guys today, she didn't cuss me. They always cuss out Mike DeMond and AB. Why can I not be mean enough for her? What is wrong, Janie? Why am I not getting a cussing? I am offended. Come on. You don't like me? I'm the one who makes the memes and stuff, right?
The made up stuff just doesn't stick as well in the brain as a real memory. Second, it's extremely vague, especially when it comes down to the timing of everything.
Disappointing.
For instance, he said that Lily came into the room multiple times, and then suddenly he's saying 20 minutes later he woke up. He woke up 20 minutes after what exactly? Third, the story just isn't reasonable, which is one of the criteria from the Assessing Stories card in my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. If his story is true, Malehya called the police before they...
It's Tucker, you mother suckers. That's right. Hold on. Oh, hold on. I want to hear what Dee Dee says.
20 minutes later, he woke up. He woke up 20 minutes after what exactly? Third, the story just isn't reasonable, which is one of the criteria from the assessing stories card in my deception deck, my 52 favorite rules for spotting lies and manipulation. If his story is true, Malaya.
Oh, I don't care. Magdalena, I don't even watch him. I don't even watch him. I couldn't care less, to be honest. I mean, thank you, baby. I appreciate you. But I don't speak about any like other creators like that. I stay on topic. And I just don't watch him.
Called the police before they'd even checked the backyard to see if the kids were out there. Remember, he said that they noticed the kids were being quiet. He immediately went outside for 30 seconds. And when he came back, she was already calling the police. Finally, the tone of the story itself is off, another criteria from my assessing stories card. And by that, I mean Daniel's main objective here is to alibi Malaya. He made a point of telling us that he wasn't totally asleep and that she was
You're not
definitely
missing
sleeping next to him
anything,
when he woke up,
Shannon,
and she couldn't have crept
at
off.
all.
But if his story's true, he can't be 100% sure about that. And what about these contradictions? Is he not concerned that her story doesn't match his? He doesn't even seem to be concerned that a kidnapper might have taken the kids or the kids' biological dad who's still out there somewhere. His sole objective, it seems, is to alibi himself in Malaya and express zero curiosity about what happened.
That's right. It has never, ever been about. Right, Lisa. Daniel wants me to be his stepdaddy. How about that? For Daniel and Malaya and Janie, it's never been about Jack and Lilly. It has always been about how they are perceived.
Happened or request any help to figure out what actually happened. But it gets worse. Let's keep listening.
I ran up in the woods to the kids. They have cabins up in the woods, which only took me like 30 seconds. I came right back down. She was on the phone with the RCMP.
For 6 days, crews tackled an exhaustive search. The children's mother took the baby to be with her family in another part of the province. Her mother told CBC News the RCMP told them not to speak with news reporters. The RCMP says it just advised everyone to be mindful of the information they share publicly. On May 7th, police scaled back the search.
The probability of survival is taken into consideration.
I actually feel sorry for Janie in that aspect, Leslie. And I've made that very clear. I know Janie says she's happy and content in her little camper and stuff, but her kids should be ashamed. Her kids should be ashamed that they have their mother living in that condition, in my opinion. She might be happy and stuff, but it's not. Janie's getting older. Janie's getting older. And they need to take better care of their mother. That's just that. Is it your birthday, Amy? Happy birthday, Amy. Annie. Happy birthday, Annie. Sorry. Happy birthday, honey. Yeah, Daniel and Justin. And this is the thing. I understand. Like, I get it. Daniel is your son, and you are going to love him no matter what. I get that. But just because you love your kids no matter what doesn't mean you lie for them. And it doesn't mean anything other than they're your kids and you're going to love them no matter what they do. And that's exactly right. And you took the next words out of my mouth, AB. Daniel has milked his mother and family dry, and they just can't get enough. They just can't get enough. He's wrecked every car. He didn't give his mother any money per month. They had money rolling in. They had an electric bill and an internet bill. That's nothing. She's very enabling. She's very enabling. It is financial abuse. I think it's, and that's the thing. Like, it's, to me, it's just, because this is it. That little motorhome that is completely gutted inside, by the way, completely gutted inside. You can see it when she opened the door. Nova Scotia gets fucking cold. Like, that could not be warm. It couldn't be warm. Oh, they abused the fuck out of them. Everyone there. That wood stove would be hot. I think it would get. Yeah, I think it would get hot. But I mean, she's loading up fucking wood at ever how old she is. Yeah, it would either be really hot or really cold. I grew up poor. We didn't have a thermostat until I was probably 11 years old, 12 years old. We had wood. That's it. And it was either so damn hot, you had to open up the doors and windows, or cold. It was one or the other. She's not old. She's not a spring chicken. She's not a spring chicken. Regardless, you treat your mother better than that. You just do. You make sure she's okay. No matter how much I think she's a lion, she's lying for her son and ultimately Malaya. Her kids need to treat her better. I think she's in her mid 50s. I think she's probably about 55. She's about the senior citizen age. They weren't homeless. They had been off at Patty's. Daniel was too controlling and wanted Malaya with nobody to see. Yeah, that's when it really got bad. I think Janie's 60 this year. I couldn't remember how old she was. I knew she was somewhere right around there. Yeah, think about that, AB. Janie's living homeless at home in her RV. Listen, Daniel has nobody, right? Make that mother chicken get the hell out and get in that camper. Janie needs to be in that trailer. That's just crazy to me that they don't take care of their mother like that. You're rocking it, Lolo. She's 60 in July. What day's her birthday? My birthday's in July. She's the Cancer. Or she might not be a Cancer.
Consideration.
But search crews returned for 2 more weekends until the end of May, searching wells, mine shafts, and septic systems.
No. She's not scared of Danny, and I'll tell you why, AB. I have a recording that she would shit if she knew I had. She's not scared of him at all. Nope. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. She's not scared of him because the recording I have, she tells him where to stick it. She's scared of reality. I think she's scared of her baby boy. She can, like, I've never even seen her give Daniel constructive criticism. And like she won't talk about Daniel in any way, shape, or form, or her dog. That dog, it's a very weird relationship with that dog. And she's the woman about something about Mary. She is. I'm telling you.
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. 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 If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
The last time I had a pap smear, the doctor needed rubber gloves and oyster shucker.
Even flying a drone beneath the home.
The 4-year-old is wearing some blue dinosaur boots.
Police say they found a boot print. And listen to this in the radio chatter.
Families.
AB, I don't know if you was here earlier, but did you hear me when I said about the 20 minutes earlier? If not, I'll tell you. Okay, gotcha. Detective Tam, we all got to get along.
Brought us to a location there,
We don't gotta look at
not
me.
far away.
No,
That
you can
there's
cut my mother's shoes,
large
man.
piece of.
We've analyzed plenty of innocent parents on the channel, and they talk to anyone who's willing to listen, even if it means that the public will dogpile them, or in the case of the parents of Dylan Ealer, who we've also analyzed on the channel, actually become the targets of fake ransom requests, which is just absolutely.
She really is. Like, she's got very angry energy. Like, it must be exhausting being Janie.
Disgusting. So why do I say all this? Because Malaya and her mother are pulling the same trick that we've seen every other hoaxer pull on the channel, trying to tell the public that the police told them not to talk when their kid is out there missing. And even if the police did.
Yeah, I wonder if Earl was abusive. I really do.
Did tell them not to talk to the press.
I mean, you've seen how he acted to Tint, by the way.
Press and asked for help finding their kid, which the police made clear that they didn't. Imagine if they had. Do you think the father of Seth Rogers would have listened to that advice? Or the mother of Kyron Horman? Or the biological mother of Gannon Stouch? All of whom we've analyzed on the channel? Of course not. In other words, parents of missing children have to face a very unique dilemma which forces them to talk. If they go silent, like Malehya Brooks-Murray or the mother of Sebastian Rogers, it basically confirms their guilt in the.
Oh, it does. Tucker rhymes with oyster shucker. You are so clever, Val. You are so clever. I need to make merch with that. Here's Tucker and an oyster shucker. That's the shirt. I'll have Tucker the dog on there and an oyster shucker. Have a Tucker and an oyster shucker day.
My dog's name is not Fluffy. My dog's name is Tucker. 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 If you don't hear it, maybe you'll know what it spells.
Yeah, Tucker and oyster shucker.
Court of public opinion. But it does help them in the court of law because the court of law has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that they're guilty. But what about the parents who really care what the court of public opinion thinks and are cocky enough to think that they can fool everyone in the public and even the police? Well, they keep talking. We're only halfway through this CBC mini documentary. If you want to continue analyzing it, let me know by liking, commenting, and sharing. Until next time, stay true.
Okay. All right. Daniel. Oh my God. Mini Panthers just text me something. It's so funny. Okay. All right, guys. Let me pull this up real quick and play this. Go back to this second. What time is it? Okay, 8:54. Got a few more minutes here.
Well, I got my boots and my coat on and I went up the hill.
Listen to this.
And I just couldn't understand why she was just standing there with Meadow on her hip. Like, it seemed kind of odd.
For sure. And the thing that
You didn't think it was odd, Janie, that you had just heard the kids like minutes ago? And then they say that they're missing?
when she said, when you said, what's up? And she said, the kids are
I'm gonna
missing.
make
And you
it.
said,
I
how
just-
long? She said 20 minutes. Was there any kind of,
Listen,
at what point did you let her know that you had just heard the kids not long before?
Actually, I didn't let her know that I heard the kids.
she didn't? You didn't let her know? Long before? Now tell me, what kind of sense does that make? Why? That would be the first thing you would say. That would be the first thing you would say. Well, I just heard the kids. Not, oh, they're missing. Okay, let me go get my stuff on. How long have they been missing? Why would you ask that question again? Because this is all a lie.
That morning, because I just took off up in the woods and just started looking for the kids. Like, this is what people don't understand. We live in the country. So when somebody tells somebody that the kids are missing, you automatically, I don't care who you are, you check the woods because there could be a possibility there.
Yeah, well, you might check the woods, but you said it seemed a little odd. Malaya was just standing there with a child on her hip, and you had just literally heard the kids. You were the last one to hear the kids.
They were in the woods, right? So when I went up in the woods and I met Daniel up at the top of the old road up here at the hill, and he was in the Malaya's car, and I said to him,
Yeah, don't want to forget that Nissan. Don't want to forget it, right?
I said, did you
Nissan.
find the kids? And he said, no. He said, are you coming with me? And I said, no, I'm going to search around the area here and to see if they're around there. And when I come back down, the RCMP were already here. So I could back over to the RV here. And yes, I was going to take my dog out because I figured if anybody, if Tucker could find them, and when I come back down, the RCMP were already here. So I could back over to the RV here. And yes, I was going to take my dog out because I figured if anybody,
No, Janie. There's another lie. Hold on. Wait a second. What time did What time did the RCMP show up? The exact time. Does anyone know? I'm looking real quick. Okay. Nope. You're lying, Janie. You're lying. (10:27) RCMP arrived at 1407 Gairloch Road, Lansdowne. Janie said when she got back, when she came back, the RCMP was already there. Nope. Couldn't have been, Janie. Why? Because you didn't take your phone with you. You didn't take your phone with you, and you talked to your brother at 10:19. Couldn't have happened. Wrong. Wrong, lady. Couldn't have happened. There you go. She also said she was with Malaya when RCMP arrived. Yep. There you go, Mohawk. There you go. Remember, we initially thought it was 10:12, and DM went with that. He would have known it. Have you known it longer than 11 minutes? Yeah. Yep. And this is the thing. If Janie's story doesn't line up, if Daniel's story doesn't line up, if Malea's story doesn't line up, and if none of their stories line up, something's wrong. You all lived it. You all lived it. And people, and they say, well, we can't remember the same thing, right? Of course, it's going to be different. It'll vary slightly. Yeah, it'll vary slightly, but it won't vary on timestamps. That doesn't vary, right? If you talk to your brother at 10:19 and you didn't take your phone and they show up at 10:27 and you're not there yet, that's a timestamp. You can't get past that. Sorry. Sorry. Let me listen to that.
What point did you?
Actually, I didn't let her know that I heard the kids that morning, because I just took off up in the woods and just started looking for the kids. Like, this is what people don't understand. We live in the country. So when somebody tells somebody that the kids are missing, you automatically, I don't care who you are, you check the woods because there could be a possibility they were in the woods, right? So when I went up in the woods and I met Daniel up at the top of the old road up here at the hill, and he was in the Malaya's car, and I said to him, I said, did you find the kids? And he said, no. He said, are you coming with me? And I said, no, I'm going to search around the area here and to see if they're around there. And when I come back down, the RCMP were already here. So I could back over to.
Nope. Okay. Again, Miss Janie, that doesn't work for you, baby. Let me just show you something. Bear with me, as this is really bad for her. Really bad. Let me see if I can find it. I'm looking for a timestamp. Give me a second, guys. Where does she show it? It's just a little clip here. I'm pretty sure it's at the end. Where is it? She says she talks to her brother. Does anyone know where she shows that timestamp? Hold on. Oh, fuck me. Let me see it. She shows this timestamp of her talking to her brother. Well, I don't have it here, but she says it in this interview as well. But she says the timestamp is 10:19. It's 10:19, and doesn't work, Janie. Doesn't work at all.
The RV here, and yes, I was going to take my dog out because I figured if anybody, if Tucker could find them, hear them, he would let me know where they are, if he heard them screaming or not, because he usually lets me know when the kids are outside. That's how
Well, you said
I knew they were outside that Friday morning. Is my
right. Well, I mean, that's not exactly how you knew. I mean, that's partially how you knew, but you heard them, right?
dog started barking because he heard the kids outside by the swing.
But you heard them laughing and playing.
And I figure if I took him, he could find him. But the Officer Mason.
624. How do we know that? Oh, yeah, I got you. Sorry, I knew what you mean, Brandy. I got you. Okay. She didn't show the 624, yeah.
And told me that to leave my dog in the RV. Don't take him out. So I put him back in, and then I took back up in the woods again and searched up further up in the woods.
And what time, can you remind me, what time did Justin show up that day? And please, once and for all, let everybody know if Justin was there staying with you before this day, what time Justin got there. Can you talk a little bit about Justin to put it to rest once and for all, please?
Justin hasn't been staying here on this property since he moved out. And he arrived here around 12:30 because I called him and told him that Jack and Lily were missing. And he came over, and I said, I explained to him, like, Jack and Lily are missing, and told him what was going on and everything. And I told him, I said, why don't you go up and get the four-wheeler? Because I don't keep it here. I said, why don't you go up and get the four-wheeler, and we'll go out in the four-wheeler. So that's what he did. He went and got the four-wheeler, and him and I took off out on the trails up back here by the pipeline and that in the four-wheeler. Justin was not staying here.
Mm-hmm. Since he moved out. Gotcha. Yeah. He hasn't been here since he moved out. When the fuck did he move out? The day Jack and Lily went missing? Asking.
And can you talk a little bit about Justin's dog?
I agree. Exactly.
Justin had a dog. It hasn't been on this property for, I'd say, 7 or 8 years when he moved out. The only dog.
7 or 8 years, my ass. Bullshit. Where did she keep the four-wheeler? I think in my opinion, she kept it at what's his name? So Earl's house.
Dog that's on this property is the dog that you see on the screen. And I've had him for 5.5 years. He is 6 years old now. I got him when he was 6 months old. His birthday, September 12th, if you'd like to know. He's the only dog that I've had. And there's just something that I would like to say to Belinda. Belinda said that she heard the dog. She said her sister seen the dog. Well, if her sister seen the dog, why doesn't she ask her sister if this was the dog that was in the RV window? Now, I also heard that Belinda said that she seen the dog's mouth, but she didn't see the dog's head, but she knew what color it was. And she says it was a pit bull. And there is no pit bull on this property. I do not like pit bulls. I'm a Heinz 57 girl. I have dogs that are mixed breeds. Tucker is part terrier and part chihuahua, or corky.
I was gonna say that is not a chihuahua.
He's a friendly little dog. He lets me know when people are around. I tried to introduce him to the kids, but my dog has been here all this for 2 years by himself, just me and him. And to have 2 kids here was something that he wasn't used to, and the screaming and the yelling, he didn't like it. So that's.
Who didn't like it? Hold on. Who didn't like? Oh, fuck me. What did I do? I'm sorry, guys. I just exited out of the whole damn thing. I was trying to pause it. Who didn't like it? What is she talking about? One second.
Excited.
Hold on.
I tried to introduce him to the kids, but my dog has been here all this for 2 years by himself, just me and him. And adjusted to have 2 kids here was something that he wasn't used to, and the screaming and the yelling, he didn't like it. So that's why I kept Tucker away from the kids, because they would get excited and they.
What is she talking about? Justin or the dog?
Belinda said, well, if this was the dog that was in the yard, that she's seen the dogs. And she says it was a pit bull. And there is no pit bull on this property. I do not like pit bulls. I'm a Heinz 57 girl. I have dogs that are mixed breeds. Tucker is part terrier and part chihuahua, or corky. He's a friendly little dog. He lets me know when people are around.
Happy Easter.
I tried to introduce him to the kids, but my dog has been here all this for 2 years by himself, just me and him. And adjusted to have 2 kids here was something that he wasn't used to, and the screaming and the yelling. Adjusted to have 2 kids here was just me and him, and adjusted to have 2 kids here was something that he wasn't used to, and the screaming and the yelling, he didn't like it. So that's why I kept Tucker away from the kids, because they would get excited and Lily would get screaming and that, and my dog got upset. If anybody owns a dog, you know that they don't like loud screams or loud pitches or anything. So my dog, I kept.
Janie, your dog barks at everything. Yeah, and how about her grandchildren? Exactly. All kids are loud. All kids are loud. Every single one. They all outside play and scream and laugh and yell and fighting, all of that. I think she caught herself too. I really do. I think she caught herself.
Kept to himself, kept him and me together. I didn't let him in around the kids. That was my choice.
Jen, I was going to text you. You okay, darling?
Absolutely. Thank you for clearing that up once and for all.
Now, I will say that there is not a chance, do I think, that the dogs hurt the kids. Not a second. Not a second. One dog is not going to unalive 2 children. It's just not, that's just not going to happen. It's just, no. There would have been evidence, in my opinion, number one. And it's just not likely that they would unalive 2 children. 1 child would be a lot. 2 children, yeah.
So going back to Thursday now seems to be quite the topic of debate for a lot of people. So you don't know what time Jack and Lily went into the trailer, but can you just repeat what you told me today about that? They did go inside, and kind of how long before you guys went inside, if you remember at all?
Okay, on Thursday, when they got back from town, I was in my RV and I heard them come home. Tucker let me know. So when they came home, Jack and Lily went outside in the backyard to play.
Oh, Tucker let you know when they got home at 4 something that evening, right? But Tucker didn't let you know that one of Maleha's family members came there, Janie, you say? One of Maleha's family members came there? Come on now. You're full of shit.
I opened up the door. They were outside playing. Between the playhouse and the woodshed, there was a board on the ground. Jack was bent down. Lily was standing behind him. And Jack was looking. He found a centipede and he found a worm. And he said, Granny, look, I found a centipede and I found a worm. I said,
these sick kids, right, that didn't go to school Thursday or wasn't going to send them to school Friday, right, are outside, picking boards up and all that. Oh, no, Jen. Yeah, a lot of us want to know why he was crying so hard. Didn't like the kids doesn't mean her dog doesn't like them, in my opinion. Dogs don't rationalize. Yeah, I agree with that. Exactly. I'm sorry, Jen. Love you, baby.
You keep
When you
looking.
text me.
So
Yes,
Daniel,
and I have made that point as well, Mohawk, and thank you for bringing it up again. Worms would not be out in 5-degree weather. Worms and bugs and all of that. Thank you, Shannon. Love you, baby. Bus driver said he didn't see them after the 29th.
come out. And I said, Daniel,
be
I said,
Brad.
can you give me a hand with the fence? And he said, well, I got to go look for my drill. So while Daniel was going to look for his drill, I was raking my yard.
Now, another thing here. Daniel has to go look for his drill. Janie, you said that, you were going to be working on this fence regardless. So why did Daniel have to go look for his drill if you were going to be working on this fence? He was just giving you a hand.
I planned on putting up a pool.
Okay, honey.
I wasn't planning on putting it up that day.
Says the woman in a chat room that says she wasn't raking or there wasn't a pool.
I was getting ready for one. And let me answer.
Yes, because that's what they do in Canada. You start getting ready for a pool pretty much at the end of April. Very, 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 very first of May. Kiss my ass, Janie. You know that's full of shit. Has it gone from tool to drill? Yeah.
Ask this
It took him 3 months to find a stapler.
question. People leave their pools up all year round. So what was the difference of me setting up a pool in May?
Because you wasn't setting up a pool. Amazing DM took the tools he wanted and gave Jordan the rest. Per JM here as well. That's odd. Yeah. That as well. You start putting a pool up in June. It's just ridiculous. Lots of Canada still has snow. I'm in Virginia and we get snow in April. Sometimes. We've even got snow in May.
Am I not allowed to? Is there a law against it?
There's a law lying.
So I was
on
raking.
a 6-year-old.
So I was raking up to set up a pool. I wanted it level. And people keep saying on comments and everything, why would you put a pool in your driveway? That is not my driveway.
That's your fucking driveway. It has 2 tire tracks all the way down to your RV. It goes to the hood of your RV. Come on.
People, my driveway is where the cars are parked. This is my front lawn, Daniel's backyard. If people don't understand that, if you want to see it now, you drive a car down there and you see how far you get. So, to put up a pool, you have to have level ground. Now, you don't put a pool on just ground. You have to have sand, a tarp. If anybody set up a pool.
Mm-hmm. Look at this. That looks like a driveway to me. That looks like a driveway to me. Let's see here. Yep. Driveway all the way down. All the way down. 1 sec.
Pool, they understand what I'm talking about. That's where the pool was going to go. I was going to fence in the rest of the yard, but apparently there was no kids here, so I didn't put up a pool.
And did you, I know there's been a lot of back and forth about the raking.
Yeah,
so
let's hear about the
you
raking.
were not raking potholes. You were just putting gravel down, raking gravel for the pool where you wanted the pool to go. Was there ever a time that you remember?
No. Nope. I'm going to push back on that, Char. You've seen the text. I've seen the text. She said there was no raking. I have it somewhere. That's exactly what she said.
That you did say that you were raking gravel into potholes, or do you remember where all of that came from?
It came from people on the internet. Apparently somebody said that, I think it was Darren that said that I was filling in potholes at the end of my driveway. If he thinks that's my driveway, well, he doesn't know very much.
You said that.
The end of my driveway is out by the pavement. And why would I be out at the pavement in pitch dark filling in potholes?
Oh, probably because
I was braking.
Probably because your son's out there at fucking after midnight doing something.
Right here in front of my RV where the pool was going. People don't want to believe me. That's their problem. But I'll tell you something. If people want, they can get on the phone right now to the RCMP, or they can get on the phone to the investigators. They can have an excavator come in here in my yard. If they think that the kids are buried in my yard here, they can get on the phone, call Pictou Detachment, call the investigators, and have them bring out an excavator and dig up that spot. They could dig up my driveway if they want to. They could do whatever they want on this.
Oh, I don't think Jack and Lilly are there. I want to make that clear. I don't think Jack and Lilly are there. I don't think they're on that property whatsoever. But what I do think is you were hiding tire tracks, potentially making a good spot where Daniel could, I don't know, make a shoe impression maybe.
This property. I've already told everybody on my interview. I've told everybody on the chat room, if they want to come here and do whatever they want, they can come here and do it. They're more than welcome. I will not stop the RCMP or the investigators to come here and do whatever they want. I haven't yet, and I will not. So, people, if you're so curious to see what's in that spot, please call the RCMP or the investigators. Have an excavator come out here and dig up that spot. Please do. And shut this whole thing down, because I am tired of it.
Well, Janie, when you're tired of it, you'll tell the truth and have your son tell the truth. That's when you'll be tired of it. Magdalena, thank you so much, baby. Appreciate you very, very much. So sweet. Thank you so much, honey. Really, really do appreciate that. You received one of those pearl necklaces. Make sure you thank our dear Magdalena, my lovely. Thank you so much, darling. Really appreciate you. She's angry, isn't she? She's angry, Spice. She is. I know. If I talked like her all the time, I would, oh my God, I would be exhausted. I would be exhausted. How do you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think anybody that actually
She's
believes the
exhausting.
children are buried in the driveway there
I don't think
is,
they're there at
they're
all.
just not thinking clearly, and that's the kindest way I can put it.
But I also think anybody that believes Janie, Daniel, or Malaya aren't thinking clearly and are easily manipulated.
So, okay, you said that you searched the church area yourself. Do you know if the searchers or the RCMP ever searched inside the church after you did, or do you know if that's
Inside,
ever been thoroughly?
sorry, inside the what?
The church, apparently you had searched a church yourself. Is that correct? The church
Where
of
would
the
where would the church be,
abandoned-
please?
I'm not
Turn
sure,
your
abandoned
iPad
church, is
down,
there
Daniel.
a chapel or something? I've seen a picture and somebody told me that you had searched it yourself. No?
I have to correct people here. There's no church here. Are they talking about the building on up top of the hill here? If they're talking about the white building up here, it's it used to be an old community center. That has been closed up for years.
Is that something that is it's got a padlock on it
Please
now?
don't
Is that
take
what,
It's that old building. It's like a community center.
That's the Garlock
Looks
Church.
like a church kind of thing.
That's a way to heck
No,
down.
what?
That's
Wait.
the please
now?
don't
Is that
take
what,
You hear Daniel in the
That's the
back?
Garlock Church. That's a way to heck down the road. If they're talking about the Garlock Church, that's kilometers away from here. No, I didn't search no church.
It
Please,
looks like
if
an old
somebody could
school
tell me what
old
church they're
community
talking
center
about,
kind of building.
I would sure be glad, but I didn't search no church. I went up and searched the community center, up around the community center, but it's not a church. So wherever people are getting that, I would like to know.
okay, I guess they are speaking
Yeah,
of the
fishing.
community
Yep.
center.
Okay, the
I was
community
told it was a
center. Yep,
church.
I went up there and I went all the way around it. I looked
You see
underneath the
tomato.
holes,
I see vodka.
underneath it. I looked inside of it and everything. And they weren't there. If they were there, I would have found them.
That's what it reminds
Even the
me of.
RCMP went up there and searched.
It reminds you like a Little House on the Prairie type of schoolhouse or old church or something.
Okay, yeah, that was the question. And would that be the same thing as the little schoolhouse?
Yeah, it used to be an old schoolhouse. It used to be the schoolhouse years ago, and then it turned into a community center.
I remind you of Marge.
All right, that was confusing. So
Yes, it was confusing because when you said a church, the only church that
Everybody knew what the hell you were talking about, Janie, and you knew what the hell they were talking about.
I know of is the Garlock Church, and that's way, way down miles from here.
Oh yeah, Daniel's in the background. Absolutely.
So do you know if the RCMP, were you
Daniel's in the background with his pen and a piece of paper. Probably writing. Right here, Mom. Right here.
able to search inside that community
Don't fuck it up like I did.
hall or
The community center, yes, there's no door on it. You can walk right in it.
okay.
The RCMP went up there and they searched the whole thing. They even searched the camp that was up there.
Wow.
Like, this whole place has been
1000%
searched over and
Magdalena,
over again. We
1000%.
had searchers here. We had RCMP here. We had the investigators here. We had cadaver dogs here. We had the search dogs here. This whole place has been searched in and out. There's no other place they could search. They even went underneath the trailer with the drone.
Fishing.
Daniel crawled underneath it.
Daniel crawled
The
underneath.
kids are not here.
Oh, the house.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I don't think that they ever went in the woods. That's my own personal.
And that's the thing. I can't imagine them just keeping something unlocked like that, because people would go in and trash it. I don't think that a community center, and that's where like they go. I don't think there's not a lock on it. I disagree with that. Don't ask if it's a church again. She'll backflip and take off on a
reaction to everything. It doesn't make sense to me, because you guys all said that the kids didn't go into the woods by themselves. So can you confirm that one more time for everybody, that this wasn't something that happened all the time? I can't get over a mom that wouldn't be panicked if her kids didn't usually wander off into the woods. You know what I mean? She would have been panicked.
Well, this is the thing, though. You see, you've got people blaming Malaya, and you've got people that only blame Malaya, and you got people that only blame Daniel. And no, I'm not working like that. They are both equally in their own right sus, because remember, they had the same story that morning. They were both in the bed since at least 6 a.m. and the kids were out playing and laughing and giggling. So, not buying it. Not buying it. Both of your asses. Both of your asses. No one, you're not going to paint Daniel or Malaya white as snow for me. No ma'am, no ham, and no turkey.
The only times those kids go into the woods is where they have their little cabins.
Exactly.
Now, Daniel's too old.
Some people are like, poor Malaya. Some people are like, poor Daniel. You know what I'm like? Poor Jack and Lilly. What the hell they faced at that place until they vanished and people know about it. And now, sadly, people are lying their asses off on them, even in most likely their death. Shame on you.
Oldest kids started making the little cabin up there in the woods. Jack and Lilly went up and helped them. They went up there and they built that little cabin. That's as far as they go. They're an earshot from us. We can hear them. We kept an eye on them. So that's as far as they would go. And the only time they would go into the woods is when the other two grandchildren were here. Jack and Lilly never left that fence. When they get out of the fence, they were told, get back in it. And they would back in there. Because I always told them, don't come near the fence because
Absolutely.
Tucker's in the fence. And they knew not to come around the fence when my dog was out. They were taught not to go near the fence.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we will get back
I've got
to
the
some
text.
of these
I've
questions.
got the text
and seeing them,
messages.
and they're good questions, and I'm sure Janie has answers.
He said, oh, I've got so many text messages from Daniel that makes him look so bad. He said him and Meadow would visit Malaya in prison. And the fence was not finished. Exactly. They didn't go anywhere that Friday morning after 6 a.m., in my opinion. I agree. I agree. I think by 6 a.m., it was done. It was done. And I'll tell you another thing that I find strange, and you could say it's coincidence, but I don't believe in coincidences, especially when it comes to crime. I find it very interesting that they call at 10 o'clock on the dot almost, like they were waiting. It's technically 10:01, but I find that interesting as well. How convenient. It's like they waited for 10 o'clock to roll around.
We'll come back to them.
Can I just say something, Sarah?
Absolutely.
There was a search out here today with Shenanigans, Bradley, Malaya was out here today, and Cheryl. So they started a search.
Now, this is why Junkyard Janie is up there. Because of this.
Today. The question that I would like someone to answer me is, why is these people searching out around here, and the RCMP and the investigators are not searching anymore? Like, I thought.
First of all, I think you're all full of shit, Janie. You can't stand it that Malaya's out there, and they're looking, and Malaya suddenly gets the balls to look after a year, and people can say, you don't know what she's been doing for the last year. The fuck? Yeah, you do. We know she hasn't been doing interviews. We know she hasn't been speaking to anybody. We do know that she's been at the beach partying like a mofo and drinking. We do know that. You know when someone is actively looking for their kids. Shit, I was muted. Sorry about that. You know exactly what you know exactly what Malaya has been doing. She has absolutely been dicking around and all that for the last year, not looking for the kids.
I have a feeling that the RCMP,
and you can say that. I wasn't muted. Okay. You can say that you don't know what she's been doing, if that makes you feel better to support her or whatever, but we do know.
he and the investigators are giving up on Jack and Lilly. I really do. We haven't heard any more statements about what's going on with the case.
You haven't heard any more statements. Well, that's very interesting. When the RCMP or any law enforcement is quiet, that's when I would take note. When they're no longer speaking to you because they've got everything that they most likely need from you. But you've just heard the major crimes say that they haven't given up on Jack and Lilly, that they won't give up on Jack and Lilly, and that they will see it through. And major crimes did say recently foul play, and I did show that as well.
They're not telling anybody anything. There was the polygraph test done. Nothing.
Yeah. And her son got SA charges, assault charges, and I forget the third one. It's he's got another court date coming up. There is the prosecutor spoke the other day that they believe that they have a lot more evidence, and they have to show Daniel's attorney that, and RCMP has to show the prosecutors that as well, and that they said confinement, thank you, and that they believe that they have more than enough, or they wouldn't have brought the charges.
Nothing was said about them. There was the blanket found in the tree that they were supposed to do forensics on. There's nothing
that they were supposed to do forensics on. Are you not talking to your son who's like literally next to you, Janie? He said that they did DNA. We know that they did DNA testing on the blanket.
More about that? There's nothing about that. What
They're not going to tell you until they find Jack and Lilly or make an arrest.
happened to it? What came about it? What came?
This is the thing. You, Daniel, and Malaya want them to just give up. Just move along. Nothing to see here. Don't talk about it anymore. You want everyone to move along. You want the RCMP to just seem like, oh, yeah, nothing for Jack and Lilly. They've just given up. We'll just never find them. Not going to happen.
What it came about?
That's the narrative you want to
It
point
just
toward
feels
everybody.
like they've lost interest in Jack and Lilly.
Exactly, Susanna.
Or hit a dead end with their, the evidence that they have or
No.
the information.
There is no dead end. There is no dead end. There is only an end to this, and that is finding Jack and Lilly, putting them to rest, their little short 4 and 6-year-old life, and then putting the scum buckets away to prison.
They've been able to get. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me that they're not doing any kind of updates or anything for the public. And I thought it was just the public, but it turns out it's you guys too. Nobody's getting any kind of updates from anybody.
No, we're not. And here's another question I would like to ask. If Cheryl or Malaya or any part of their family is listening, here's a question I'd like to ask. Malaya, please tell me how you felt today meeting Bradley Wong, the man that accused us of having a party here Thursday night and saying that Daniel drove up and down that road. I don't know how many times I lost count because it changes every minute. Every time somebody says about it,
No, you just need to look at the. Okay, Joy, it's good to see you, honey. You just no, you just need to look at the documents. It's not about what anybody says. It's about what the document says, and the documents clearly says how many times Daniel went up and down that road. And again, in my opinion, Daniel absolutely went up and down that road. There was no way for Brad to know that, and the other neighbor as well. And Daniel said exactly the path he took. Months, well, about the same. When was it? Daniel says he took this. He went down Gerlach Road, and then Lansdowne Road, and then turn around. And then Justin told them right after Jack and Lilly went missing that this happened. How the hell would he know that? How the hell would he know that? He wouldn't. He wouldn't unless he heard it. And again, not one neighbor, two neighbors. Two neighbors. And how much you want to bet, Janie, that when this is all said and done, Daniel will be out in the night. He will be out in a vehicle in the night. Where's that car? Where's that Kia?
changes how many times. So I would like to know what her reaction was when she.
Just because you say it doesn't make it true. Just because you say it doesn't make it true. And I believe Justin and Brad as well. 1,000%. 1,000%.
He met him today, what her thoughts and feelings were about meeting a man that accused.
I don't know if it was Justin or Brad that said there was a party there. I don't remember that part. I do remember them saying that there was a party, someone saying a party, but I don't remember if it was them or not. They was just saying that whoever it was, it looked like there was a bunch of cars and it looked like, crackheads was having parties there.
Daniel, of taking those kids away? Please, if somebody could ask her that question.
That seems to really bother you, Janie. It was Justin. That seems to really bother you. Maybe because
I would really
Yeah.
like to know the answer to that.
Yeah, I also have questions like, what exactly were you looking for? If you think the kids are out there alive somewhere, what were you doing out in the woods?
No, I agree
looking?
with that. I believe, I don't want to speak for Justin and Brad, but I don't think that they believe Jack and Lily are alive. And like I said earlier with Malaya, Daniel, and Janie all say that they believe Jack and Lily are alive. Convenient, I think, for them to say that. But if Malaya actually thought they were alive, why did she start looking a year later? The first little bit is the most important time to start looking for your kids, for the kids. The first hours, let alone days, is the most important. You don't pack up and leave and never speak about your two missing children again to the public, not answer questions, go to the beach every day, but fuck talking about Jack and Lily, right? Also, you can also say the same for Daniel. If Daniel actually thought they were alive, then why was he the only one searching? So, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You can say that for both of them because both of them
For them.
doing the same thing.
I mean, that's kind of I don't know. I have questions.
Yes, Kiki.
But I mean, thank you for going to search for your kids. I mean, that's good. But if they're alive,
Again, I don't think Malaya would be out there if they were in close to the spot Jack and Lily were.
I don't think that they're in the woods.
Well, how can somebody sit down with a YouTuber for I don't know how many hours and tell her everything, but she can't go on out in public to a news reporter or even a YouTuber and plead for her children?
I agree with that. I agree with Janie with that. I agree with that. Why can't Malaya speak to reporters? Why can't she get out in front of the camera and speak her children's names, the one she gave life to, gave birth to? It's beyond me. Why does she need people to stand in front of her to for her to speak up for her kids? She doesn't need a secretary. She needs to be there for Jack and Lily. Good question, but also I can ask the same for your son, Janie. Why does your son need to go out there and lie like a rug on a 4 and a 6-year-old?
Like Christmas went. She never even went on and said that she missed her kids for Christmas or anything.
I don't even think she's posted anything for her kids, but she'll post beach pictures.
As a mother myself, I would have been doing that. I would have been out there pleading and saying, like, I miss my kids. I don't care what the RCMP, the investigators, or anybody, or her lawyer said to her. There's nothing wrong with going out and pleading with you for your children.
no, and the most important thing, in my opinion, is if you truly think your kids are out there and they're alive, then they would need to hear her voice, her mother's voice, her grandmother's voice. Those, if you truly think that the kids are out there, you are going to beg and plead for help locating them and bringing them home. If you really
Yep, you are. You absolutely are. I totally agree with that. And also, Daniel's not going to say that he'll visit with Meadow, Malaya in prison. He won't blame Malaya's mother, Malaya's family, all of that. Again, if you two have the same alibi that morning that y'all were both in bed all night, pretty much, or at least since 6:15, after that, saying that they didn't go to school, their absence, then you're both in the same boat as far as I'm concerned.
really don't know where they are, it doesn't make sense. And then to be out in the woods today, like I said, it's great that they were going out in the woods searching, but that doesn't jive with believing that they're alive somewhere. So what was the purpose of it? For, to shut the public up, maybe? I don't know.
Does she not realize how much she is hurting people and her children? Like, there's Jack and Lilly. They're out there somewhere.
Do you not realize how all three of you are hurting Jack and Lilly by lying through your asses and not doing anything productive, like admitting that you know a hell of a lot more for Jack and Lilly? Because, I don't know, they were abused and neglected.
And when I say they're alive, people say, oh, she's bullshitting us. She's bullshitting us. Okay.
Yes.
They never found anything. We did not unalive those children.
Doesn't mean anything. Janie, let's be real. You don't know what the fuck they found. You have no idea what they found. They found a fake ass blanket and some fake ass shoe prints, but you have no idea what the RCMP has. So save your bullshit. You might think that. But Daniel's case is unrelated to Jack and Lily's case. But you might start to see this a little bit more after court when they show proof of what the RCMP alleges that Daniel, your son, sexually assaulted someone, and held them up. So you might not be able to see that, but they'll prove it. They'll prove it. Did the sound stop? I don't think so. Joyce, can y'all hear me?
And there was 3 people on this property. Now, I listened to Shenanigans tonight, and they were praising Malaya up for going out there looking for her children, being out there.
I am not praising anyone for looking for their missing child. That is what they're supposed to do. Nobody, oh, you're such a good girl. You're such a good guy for looking for your missing children. If a dog, puppies get too far away, they go get them. They go look for them. It's nature. That is nature. you look for them. If you miss your keys, you look for them. You don't just sit there and say, I hope they come home soon. Nobody does that.
For her children. Okay? That's fine. I'm glad she went out. At least she showed an appearance. At least she came out of her little hole she's been hiding in. But, of course, she had to have Cheryl by her side. Okay.
Yeah, because Malaya is an immature, selfish brat. That's why. That's why. It's all about Malaya.
Now, the thing is, the point I'm getting at here is why doesn't she just come out and speak for herself? Why does she have to go through somebody else to speak what she wants to say?
I agree. There's no argument there. No argument there. I agree with Janie 100% there. There's no need for an armed guard for a mother who's loves her kids, cares about her kids, doesn't know where her kids are missing, won't answer questions. She did go in a chat either last night or the night before last. I can't remember. I heard. And yeah, she might go in a chat. You know, if you're there to say, "Oh, good girl, Malaya, you looked for Jack and Lilly after 11 months. Here's a cookie."
I know this is an awful thing to say, but did she have her tongue cut off? Like, is her tongue gone? Like, why are you hiding beside?
Why is Daniel hiding now? How about that? They're both ignorant.
Behind somebody. Come out and speak for yourself. Let people hear what you have to say, not what you tell somebody else, because what you tell somebody else, they can add stuff to it.
That's right, or make it sound something different than you meant. You know, I agree with you there, Janie. It's important that you hear from the children's mother. And this is honestly the only case that I have ever come.
Yep, I agree. I agree, Brandy. I think the only reason she went out, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I think she is doing this for show now, in my opinion. Because she wants it to look like now that she doesn't know where the kids are. She's looking for them now. It only took her 11 months. You know, she's taking shenanigan for right. Well, some people get manipulated once they meet someone. They do. I've done whole shows on it.
Come across where you never hear from the children's mother pleading for them, even posting on her social media, nothing. And then today she went out to search in the woods and made a comment in Shenanigans live stream saying that she believes the kids are alive and they're holding on to hope. When you're searching the woods 11 months later, that doesn't look like hope.
Yeah. I agree with Shar here. That doesn't look like hope. If you're looking for your kids in the woods 11 months later, they didn't set up camp out there, 4 and 6 years old. So don't always go by on people what they say, guys. Go on what they do. Words are important, don't get me wrong. But if the words and the actions don't align, don't believe it. You can say, we hope they're alive. And we do. God help us, we do. But the words and the actions don't align. Malaya is doing this for Malaya right now. It's a PR stunt. Simple. I think it's this will help me later if I'm charged, in my opinion.
To me.
Thing.
Okay, she said that she believes the kids were alive. Okay, if the kids were alive, why are you out searching for them in the woods after all this time? I believe.
And Daniel, you said you went out searching like a moron for the kids. That's your words.
The kids were alive. I do. And this is what I don't understand. I'm going to say this, but being a grandmother, if my kids were missing, I would have all kinds of hope. I would be hoping every day those kids would be found. I'm sorry, but Belinda believes they are deceased.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Do you think Belinda, do you think Belinda finds joy in the fact that she believes that her grandkids are deceased? I mean, you got to be really fucking stupid to think that, Janie. She's a realist. And I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but all of these cases we cover, when there is DV in the home, abuse, neglect, CPS, kids vanishing mysteriously, right? Kids are showing up with bruises, parents, step parents, grandparents lying since day one, can't get their stories straight, and none of your stuff makes sense. And there is nothing to show that Jack and Lilly walked off of the property. And statistically, after 11 months, and they didn't find scents, nothing, and things were planted. And now the RCMP is saying that this is could be a crime. They actually said that they do believe that there could be foul play now, and that Major Crimes has been on this since the day after Jack and Lilly was missing. You can hope in something until the cows come home, and hope can be very valuable if there's some reality behind it. But if there's no reality or common sense behind it, it's fake. It's fake. That's just that.
Belinda, if you're listening to me, have some hope until those.
Well, and there's financials, there's drugs, and I didn't even mention, I could go on all day about the how high risk there was something likely to happen in that home of someone ending up seriously injured or dead with all of this. I mean, you could go on for days.
Those kids are found either alive or deceased. Have hope. Don't give up.
She has.
I'm telling you, we did not unalive those children. I heard them.
We did not unalive those children.
Friday morning, once they left here, they were alive.
What do you mean once they left?
Friday morning.
No, they weren't. No, they weren't. And you listen, we busted that up a long time ago, Janie, about the time thing. There's just no way.
How do I have to prove to people that I'm telling the truth?
Well, you have to tell the truth for it to be even. I mean, this is the thing. You can look at most people can smell bullshit. Most people can. Particularly when it goes on and on and on like this. Most people can sense it. Nobody believes them locally. Like nobody.
I wish there was a way,
Like maybe
that
3
people could just know what to believe and what not to believe. And it would be, I think, a whole lot easier if, and I'm not saying you guys specifically, but everybody that involved could get together and just kind of hash this stuff out and get to the truth of what went on that day and
Well, that would be nice. But that'll get them in prison.
understand that neither side, from my opinion, neither side has the kids, and so that we can start focusing on.
I mean, nobody has the kids right now, right? But that doesn't mean nobody did something to the kids. Nobody's got the kids hidden at a reservation or at their mother's or family or friend's house or anything like that. Those kids were taken off of that property in the wee hours or after midnight. That's when this happened.
Locating where they actually could be. That's just my own person. I know everybody don't totally.
They both do.
I'm by myself with that. I get that, but it would be easier. It would be better if everybody could work together. But I know that's way long gone now. I understand that.
I have talked to Belinda. I got her number now. I got her number from Darren. So Darren had to know Belinda. Darren had to talk to Belinda before Belinda talked to me. So God knows what Darren told Belinda. I talked to Belinda. I told Belinda exactly the same.
I mean, I understand what you mean, Shy. I get that. I understand. But I think I know a lot of people's like, well, it's been 2 years since Belinda's seen them and stuff. I get that. But I think Belinda comes from a different generation where you don't get in people's relationships. Belinda didn't get in even her son's relationship when she was with Malaya, right? And whenever, I mean, Belinda was in the kids' relationship while Daniel couldn't control Malaya fully when she was with when she was at her grandma's house, Patty's house. And then that's what someone who is in control wants to do, right? They want to take you, hide you away from the rest of the world, keep you away from your family, keep you away from everyone, don't want you to work, all of that. So that's the reason I think most of this went on. I mean, Belinda loves her grandkids, and she has been really the only one since Jump that has been there from day one and is and is not on Daniel's side or Malea's. Relocate and isolate, yeah. And has not been on Daniel's or Malea's side. You know what I mean? No, it's not on Belinda at all. At all. At all. So
thing. I am telling you guys now, exactly the same thing as,
you know, I mean, Daniel was so jealous of Cody, like she couldn't go around there or anything. Malaya says this.
I told the investigators, exactly the same thing I told in my interview, exactly the same thing I told in the chat room. She asked me what kind of dog I had. I told her I had a Heinz 57, a mixed mutt.
But she is now, and it means nothing, kids, because they can hear. I hear you. I hear you, and I completely understand what you're saying in that aspect. But I feel like this is her way to make up for that. You know what I mean? Because I don't believe it was on Belinda whether she could see the kids or not. This was on Daniel and Malaya, if you ask me. I don't know, but I mean, I hear you. I do. Of course, absolutely, absolutely.
You can go on CBC.
Holy shit. Guys, I've got to jump off here. I've been on here 4.5 hours. I just looked at the time. My God. I didn't realize I've been here that long. We'll finish this part up tomorrow. I just realized that. My God, I've been here 4.5 hours. That's bad. It's not bad, but that's a long time. What's your hurry, Justin? I know I'm making another 4.5 hours. You did a marathon. I get on a roll with Jack and Lilly because I just feel like Jack and Lilly. I mean, all of these kids are failed ultimately. They're all failed ultimately, whether it's their parents and CPS. Even though I'm a big advocate for CPS because I know CPS gets a bad rap, but you don't see the successes. I always tell people because you don't really know how many lives they have saved. We just see the failures, and they do fail. There should be no failure. In this case, CPS failed. And from what I understand, CPS was out there more than one time. I'll just say that. Daniel never invited B or J. Thank you, baby monkey. Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you. You guys are all amazing. I hope you guys had an amazing Easter. I do appreciate you. I could watch you all night. Thank you, dear. You know, I mean, we can always, you know, like Shannon said, different opinions and stuff. But I really, honest to God, Ninchi's on. Tell Ninchi hello. I really don't know how anyone. I understand other cases, but in this case, I don't get it. How anyone believes Daniel or Malaya. I don't get it. There is just way too much there. Thank you, Miss Joyous. Happy Easter to you. Baby Monkey, Deb, Holly. They were with about 1,000%. And Summer. Yeah. Thank you, Ducky, Brandy. Daniel and MPM both say there's more to the story, but only JM. Yep. Yep. Thank you, Mama's the Bomb. Zindy, Lolo, Deb, Mr. POTUS. And this is the thing. Thank you, Wendy, Shannon, Ash, Clapping Seal, Shy, Brandy, Ninchi. That's how I say it. Trail. I am totally with you, Justin. I just can't. I'm not going to kiss either one of their asses because they're both equally in their own right. No, and are responsible, in my opinion. Malaya went back. Jack said he didn't want to go back. Daniel's kids said he was mean to them. They had black eyes all the time. There was CPS. I could go on and on for days. And Malaya was in the clear. She didn't have to go back. She got her car. She was trying to get that money. But Daniel didn't fix the stuff. So, yeah. Thank you, Magdalena. I'm not open-minded enough yet to lay all the blame on one of them only. This is the thing. There is no blame one of them only in this, because in their, like, I truly believe if Jack or Lily wasn't there that night, they would not be missing today. But I also believe Malaya did what Malaya wanted to do. Malaya had the support to leave. She left at Easter. She was planning to allegedly leave again when she got back. But staying with someone 3 years, making another baby with them, and then your kid's missing 40 some days of school and having black eyes all the time didn't work with me. Justin, you work hard on these cases. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you. When his own children tell on him, that is telling. Yep. I've shown you the messages too. Love you guys. God bless you all. Happy Easter. Thank you guys. I'll see you, Lord willing, tomorrow. Good night, everyone. God bless. Justice for Jack and Lily.